Let's wait for people to come in. There's no AK. I forgot to put up the AK. God damn it. Oh well, no AK tonight. Just a nice M14, M1A, whatever you want to call it. Hello, shit. There's an head. Everybody come in. Everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap. Jobbin, what's up? Just taking a little bit of time. Look out, the sloth has a gun. By the way, that's where you're watching right now. You're watching the Jiminy Show, brought to you by the Jiminy Show, catered by the Jiminy Show, produced by the Jiminy Show, endorsed by the Jiminy Show, run by the Jiminy Show, paid for by the Jiminy Show, exacted revenge by the Jiminy Show. Standing by the ocean is the Jiminy Show. Rock Island! Ooh. Also, there's some schmutz on my lens. Hold on a second. Fuck. My goat. What about your goat? Did I get your goat? Ah, fuckers. Also, that's top heavy now. Not as perfect as I thought it was gonna be, but I'm gonna shoot it like that. Was gonna shoot it like that, okay? Oh yeah. Hate to be that guy, but it's pronounced Jobin. All right, Jobin. Thank you for letting me know. Everybody gets it wrong. Okay then. Thank you for the clarification, Jobin. My name is pronounced Yamani, but you know, it's good. What up, guy? Look at that, just kind of looking the to. Also, the finish is scratching from a holster. Dan Wesson is letting me down. I might have to trade you for a Sig X5 Classic. Somebody give me a gun. There's my Match X. There's my boy right there. That's the one nobody cares if it gets a little dinged up because that's the one right there. He's showing all the guns, but he's going too fast. Don't worry. It's all good. Look, 3 freaking Glocks right behind me, okay? So for the entirety of this whole fucking stream, you're going to see 3 freaking Glocks behind me. Let me plug yous in, and we're going to start the live. Damn, wheezing? No. It's juice mix got in my throat. It's my throaty throat, man. Throaty, bodie. Boot. Beep. Hello. Clap's got Glock. Yeah, Clap's got Glock. Glock. You are my goat son, my only goat son. You make me happy when times are blue. You'll never know, dear, just where my gun is. Can you take your shit and leave? Don't worry about it. Everything is fine. The more you know, the less you understand. The more you understand, the less I'm going to give a shit. Boot that. I'm looking at stuff. Calm the frick down. We're just waiting for some people to get in here. Anybody want to come in here? Gonna make it go real bucka. Ooh, mini PC. F is in mini CCs. Let's bid $40 on each. Boink. I'm trying to work on the tech side of the channel, so I've been buying some shit. And who knows if it works. Last ones I did bought. All right. You sell so many nice guns. Lycan comes in immediately. Susie is in here. Jobin is still number 1. If only you had a sign that could show me. What? Dan Wesson quality control slipping? I don't know, man. I can't. Lycan always does. For those of you that haven't hit the W for her, him, them, it. Buddy? What? Nothing. But Yeah, I think their quality control is slipping. So I dropped my old Dan Wesson and I beat the shit out of my old Dan Wesson, and only the barrel showed wear. This guy, I don't know if they were rushing him out of the factory or what, because the finish sucks on it. How many Glocks? Personally, 7. How many are on the wall? 3. Kimber is still the best. Well, and Ruger. To each their own. Wesley likes the guns. Thank you, Wesley. I appreciate that one. Lycan is awesome with the donos. Thank you. Also, my skin looks a little weird still since I don't have any hair. Also, my chat is way freaking behind, and I apologize. Yes, real guns. Jobin, if you are a United States citizen, you can buy them from Wind City Armory. Why would you shave? I didn't shave. I nared my entire body. Everything except from the ears down, I nared about a week ago. If I had to choose what would be my favorite 1911 company, probably Nighthawk Customs, followed closely by Hayes Customs. Boom, boom. Can't shoot guns on live streams. Why are black powder pistols not considered firearms? That's a great question. I think I need to look that up. Black powder pistols, specifically those designed to load from the muzzle and use black powder or a substitute, are often not considered firearms under the classification. It applies to weapons manufactured before 1898 or replicas thereof. So they basically just picked a year? That's interesting. They don't possess the same capacity for wholesale destruction as cartridge using firearms. They have a much longer loading time. Okay, that's all weird reasons. Oh, yeah. That's my favorite 1911. Nighthawk? Yeah, man. Nighthawk rocks, bro. What do I think about the MP5? Cool gun. I've shot them. Very expensive for no reason. I wish I could have it. I am in Australia. Nice. Neb, what is up?
My name is Nebulizer. I'm a nebulizer. Why is it?
Pardon me while I whip this out. Quote my grandmother, Yavo! Then the doctor said to me, get out of my house. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry guys, I have to do this because if I don't, my business sucks. Oh, I am not bidding 2,500 on something though. Yay! Thank you for being patient. Death Bay to carry, whatever you want to carry. Not enough destructive capabilities when a black powder pistol can put a hole straight through. Many of them can, yes. Far out, what is up? Best gun for Bigfoot or just camping? Something in a 10 mil minimum. You know where to acquire 160 millimeter scored fragmenting steel pipe for use with C2 plastic explosives in a quad pattern with an optional space for a pellet bed. No, unfortunately I don't, Wizard. I'm still number one. It's because you have the highest amount of interaction tonight. Congratulations to you. By the way, guys, do you like the shed up? It's a little bit different tonight. So Rock Island finally sent me the 5.0, the enhanced, so that's cool. My buddy dropped off his Burno so that I can compare it to the 5.0 because they're both slightly weird operating systems. The Star Wars Blaster is back. That's a friend's M1 or M4, whatever. And then I put the giant square frickin' Fastfire on the DWX. Thoughts on the CW Smith & Wesson CSX versus the 365? I might compare the E to the 365. I do not like the trigger on the original. Thoughts on M&P 2.09 as a first handgun? Very reliable, very dependable, and pretty easy to shoot. So I approve. Easy to maintain too. Blaster and the Glocks are all that matter. Yeah, well, the blaster is going up for sale in the store, so that'll be interesting. I gotta do that tomorrow. Do I have a bionic right arm? No, I'm just trying to cover a bunch of scars. So I'm eventually gonna have 2 complete sleeves. So I just have a lot of tattoos. But thank you for noticing. How is the fast fire? I haven't shot it yet, but golly, man, it's got such a nice green dot in that one. What just happened to my chat? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Come on, guys, give me some shit. Don't give me shit. Give me shit. Give me stuff to talk about. But yeah, the fast fire seems pretty nice. I gotta take it out to the range on Tuesday. I've got several guns I need to film for companies that I'm working on videos for. I have a couple of more optics showing up. I'm trying to get a couple more optics, so we'll see what happens here moving forward. Yeah, my chat is having some issues. Not you guys, but the chat itself. I apologize. I have to keep resetting my shit here. How was your trip? It wasn't worth it. They did not have a set-up showroom. Where have I seen you? Probably here on YouTube. What? I did not hide that one. I hid the other one. So I'm having some problems with my mouse too. So if I accidentally remove you, that's your problem. Let me know. Did I upload the video? No, I did not. Hey, dude, is that a Glock 17? It sure is. Do silencers work like in the movie? No, they do not, unfortunately. They can be very quiet, but if the slide cycles like in John Wick, does not work. Favorite on the wall pistols. Currently, my Gerson Match X, which is the bottom 2011. The DWX was supposed to be, but the finish keeps on coming off, and I'm not happy with it. Dude, something must be going on with the internet right now, because holy shit, everything is going so slow right now in terms of working correctly. Let me turn this shit off. Oh yeah, there's a live auction running too. I'm going to reduce as many chances of everything happening as can be. Fuck me. Yeah, you guys are going to have to be patient. My chat is not working right. It's my view on the Glock 43X. 43X is fine. I have not seen the Ballerina. Let's see. Is that a 226? I love those. I really want to get one. No, there is no 226 behind one. What's my favorite handguns are 1911s. How y'all doing, Jim Jam? I'm lifting my Jeep in the morning. Nice. Mid-channel says, what's up? No, it is not an AK. It's an AR. Your finish coming off of your CZ. Should have bought a Glock. No. I love Springfield's 1911s. 1911s from Springfield are pretty solid. Do I have an H&K 416? No, I do not. Thoughts on the Smith & Wesson 3rd Gen semis? You mean like the 59 series? They're pretty solid. Best way to store ammo is dry and in constant temperature controls. Nice progress. Thank you, Shane. What's that small pistol up there next to the rifle? There's 2 of them. The one with the wood grips is a Kel-Tec P15. The smaller one is a Smith & Wesson Bodyguard 2.0. How's the new SIG 1911 slide shape versus standard 1911s? Is it as off-putting? When you're using it, it's not as noticeable. But they kind of gave it a SIG 210 rear upcut. It's not on the wall right now, where it has the optics cut, and then it has like a SIG 250 320 slide cuts. Is the Star Wars Ruger part of Wind City Armory now? Yes, it is. It's a little on the pricey side, but it's pretty solid. Bum, bum, bum. We are at a weird time tonight. Everybody's being a bunch of dicks. Who's Deputy King? Boom, boom. My name. How often should EDC firearm be lubed if it's not used? Thanks for the info. You'll know. It's kind of like when you know when you're thirsty. If you're checking your gun regularly, you'll know when it starts being sluggish, acting weird. I've never played Red Dead Redemption. Or in the Red Dead Redemption 2. Got a welded comp on the Star Wars gun. Yeah, even if I did, I don't think you could have it. Could you? It's in modern 2245. What kind of pistol is that? That's that tiny gun under the shotgun. There is no shotgun. The cute thing is chambered in 380. Well, good damn. Yeah, but it also carries 10 in the flush fit and 12 in the extended, man. I never want when I'm thirsty. Well, that's a problem that you're going to have to work with, dude. I did not see the Mantis pictures. Have I seen the new Corvette ZR1X? I've seen pictures of it. The rear engine, mid-engine Corvettes do nothing for me. Nah, I don't know. It would be tricky. Charlie, what's up? It's a 1911 with the comp. The only comp to 1911 is my Match X. Cesar, what is up? Do you have a comeback? Stephanie, if I want a comeback, I'll just wipe it off your mom's chin. I saw the new Corvette, kind of cool, how it's electric. Give up your guns and go get a real job. Well, there's $45,000 in guns. So, no. A lot of people, I don't know, it's just the beginning of the live stream. People apparently are finding nothing better to do with their lives than be dicks. I do not have a Papa Shaw Walking Dead. Is one of your arms bigger? 99% of us have one arm bigger than the other unless you're fully ambidextrous, yes. And I have bad nerve damage in my left arm, so my left arm is smaller than my right by a lot. You like the job? You like the collection? Good job, thank you. What's your biggest caliber? Currently 45-70. I really don't have like crazy calibers. Hello, I'm a chef. I go to Shutterfly right now. Okay, Drew. Not 100% of us. There are people that will spend way too much time in the gym trying to make sure that both their arms are the same size. Yeah, Bacon, I really don't give a shit what other people are saying anymore. So, how have you been doing? Going to my first gun show tomorrow as a vendor for my 3D print business. Holy shit, that's cool, dude. Just, pardon the pun, stick to your guns. Don't just, ball yourself for no reason. What's up with the Han Solo blaster? It's a 2245 Target from Ruger, done up to look like Bill Burr's blaster from The Mandalorian. Alex, what's up? The Star Wars guns actually function. It's a real gun, man. I know I have one arm bigger than the other. It's because your wife keeps on making you do the dishes. What's your EDC? 1911. If you don't see it on the wall, please imagine that I don't have it, even though I probably do. Are you part Asian? Yeah, I'm half Korean, but I'm also very tired. Hello, guy. Shoot any deer? No, I have not been hunting. I recommend you make sure you don't make any illegal 3D printed guns. Lol. Is that a green screen? Sure. Is the Dan Wesson worth the money? In 2025, I'm going to say no unless you're dedicated to the gun. Um, when it was announced in 2019, when CZ and Dan Wesson first merged, it was the only like real good alternative to a 2011 on the market. But since 2019, a lot of different companies, there's three of them on the wall, TSOS, Rock Island, Gerson, a bunch of people have come up with their own versions of it. So, is that a Kel-Tec P15? Yes. Why are revolvers so damn expensive? Because they're very expensive to build. Can you send the DWX back? No. Where were you Wednesday? I made a post. I just wasn't feeling it. I don't do this for a living, and I'm not beholden to anybody as a schedule. So if I'm not feeling it, I just don't do live streams. Go back to the very beginning of the live stream, Frankie. I did a close-up of all the guns. Did I have a good Juneteenth? Not really. It was just another day to me. This man is prepared how I'd like to be. Thank you. Where's 4570? In a safe. What would be a good first gun to get into 2011s? If you want to stay on the budget side, then you're limited to guns like the Gerson and the TSOS guns. If you want to get a 1911 double stack like the Rock Island is the way to go. Otherwise, Para Ordnance for some of their older guns. Alpha Foxtrot is like in the mid-teens. For a 2011, that's actually a pretty solid price. Do I have a firing range? I have a gun range I use, but I don't have a personal one. Did you test the new TSOS yet? Nope. Again, I was driving to Marion on Tuesday, remember? So I did not go to the ranges Tuesday. Hello, Violet. What do you think about High Point? Yeah, they're fine. I've got a yeet cannon. I've got the JXP 10mm, which is basically the 10mm yeet cannon. They're fine. They're cheap. They do the job if you treat them right. I don't use aftermarket. Don't use the red ball mags, and they'll run okay. Is TSOS a pretty good value? Their prices are pretty solid. I'm working with TSOS right now. I had some issues with the Night Stalker about a year and a half ago, but we finally resolved those issues. So I'm working on some videos testing their new guns. Do you have anything bad to say about Rock Island? Every manufacturer makes something that isn't really that good. Honestly, like the MAP pistol, which is just a Bull Armory Cherokee clone, and a couple of their STK guns are not the best, but overall the company itself is decent. The people I've talked to respond quickly. They made the mistake of using my content without asking me, so I did wind up having to get a hold of them, but ever since that they've been super solid and I've had no problems with them. Yes, Penn, they are definitely oiled out of the box because they're shipped over from the Philippines. The U.S. made ones like the RIA 5.0, that had some oil on it, but not nearly the same as the stuff coming from overseas. You're trying to get into a CCW class, it's $250. I've seen worse. Hello, Ty. How many pistols do you have? Quite a few. Did you test out the AR? Which AR? Susie, any suggestions for first-time carry for an angry wee Scottish bird? I will tell you the exact same thing I tell everybody, Susie. If you have a gun store, I don't even know what your laws are over there in terms of firearms, but you want to see what will fit you. Depending on your size, I mean, one of the best recommended carries of 2025 has been the Smith & Wesson Bodyguard 2.0 and 380, but you may like something like a Glock 19, or you may like a 1911. Being a wee little bird doesn't mean that you can't handle the big ones. I am not the guy that supplies John Wick because I hate fucking Glock and I hate Terran Tactical. Why do stores have no Ruger signs? I don't know. She's technically not in the UK. She's in Scotland. Which Glock is the worst? That's like just saying which ugly person is ugliest. They're all ugly. Can I ask you a question about the Glocks that are in the back? I see 3 of those. What's the difference between those? They look like different sizes. So one is a Glock 19. It is the compact variant. One is a Glock 22 chambered in 40 Smith & Wesson, and the other one is a Glock 17, which is the full-size 9mm. What are the inspirations for those tattoos? I wanted, on the right side, I wanted technology, circuits, things like that, because I'm also a tech nerd. And on this side, I wanted kind of a horror skeleton style theme, so that's what my artists are doing there. And they're covering scars, but they're also to remind me not to do stupid shit. Why do you hate Taron Butler? Too expensive, and the dude comes off as creepy to me. Sorry. I get a bad vibe from him. I get a Scoutmaster Kevin vibe from Taron Tactical. We can get hunting license for private property. Oh, there you go. Big old shotgun. What's your address? 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C. Is that a good? Can you own a 9mm? How do you feel about 3D guns? Do whatever you want. They're not for me. I don't like them. I don't think the quality is there. I don't think printers can match the quality needed for longevity when it comes to a firearm. I know that when you're just printing the frame, it's not quite as important, but it's still an important thing. So, have you seen the Appalachian Custom Gunwork FRT for the Glock? No, I have not. I don't care for Glock. Terran Tactical seems creepy. Yeah. TLR1 clone from Harbor Freight just dropped today. It's been out for a week or two, dude. My buddy's got one. It looks cool. I'm going to definitely pick up a couple of them. What do I think of BCA? If you're talking about Bear Creek Arsenal, they're fine for little range toys and stuff like that. I don't really like them enough to call them like life savings. How are you? I'm okay, dude. Thoughts on the P226? In the SIG lineup, the 226 is my favorite. I really want an X5 Classic. So, yeah. I don't have a Makarov anymore. No, I would not support Glock changing their name, because Jiminy Glick would then get me in trouble with Martin Short. What's it, Harbor Freight? Harbor Freight is selling a TLR1 knockoff called the Braun. Everyone, please tap the like button. Lol. Dude, yeah, but Taron Tack always has fine honeys on the range with him. Yeah, and have you seen him? So that also leads to the creepy shit vibes. Also, when he did an interview with TFB TV, and I get it, I'll never meet him. I'll never get anything from him, and I'll never be probably in the same place as him, and I'm okay with that. And he may hate me. I don't give a shit. But yeah, I don't want to meet the guy. Did you see SIG is releasing an updated model of the 226? They release a version of the 226 every 3 months, brother. How you doing today? Eagle Eye, pretty good. AG, what's up? What gun would you want but is too expensive in your opinion, and why? The Barrett M82A1. I know for a fact that pre-COVID they were selling them for under $6,000 to distributors, and since COVID happened and then the U.S. government bitched at them for selling ammunition to civilians, they've jacked up their prices. Now, like the M107A1 used to be like $9,000, now it's over $12,000. It's stupid. I do not have a Smith & Wesson 500. I do have an X-Frame 460, which uses the same frame as the 500, but it shoots a lot more calibers. It shoots 454, 45 long Colt, 45 rimmed, 455 Webley. So, you know, called the 226X. Okay, how can I buy one for my protection? No. And Ghana, you have rules for purchasing firearms in your country if they're even allowed. What's a pistol with the round tip and the big scope under the shotgun? That's not a shotgun, that's an M14, or it's an M1A, whichever way you'd like to put it. That is a Ruger 10 or Ruger 2245 or Ruger 2245 target. No, Mark IV target. Excuse me. It's made up to look like a blaster from Star Wars. Is Mac 9 DS good double stack? I don't know yet. I've got the TSOS BR9 and I'm going to test that, and it does have the bull barrel like the Mac gun, but I'm waiting for the Mac double stack comp to get shipped to me. Do I have a Bren 180? Thinking about getting one. No, I don't. Do you like fancy revolvers? Not really. I've got a GP 100 and an SP 101. Those are the only two I really like. I have not seen the comp 2011 from SIG. Just got approved for a concealed carry license in New York City. I'm excited. Any suggestions with thinking about the SIG 365? SIG 365 is decent. I'd also look at the Canik MC9 line, and I know I hate FN, but their FN reflex line is not terrible. Do I like 45? Yes. Opinion on the Night Stalker. So mine was a clouded judgment based on a very early production model that technically wasn't a production model, so it's that one up there. The guns run under 99% of circumstances, which is actually pretty solid. Those red, white, and blue guns real. They're 3D printed. Unless they're spamming it, Mouse, we're just kind of treating it like Twitch right now. If I'm ignoring it, just ignore it as well. But if they spam it, get rid of it. Besides rifles and pistols, what do I think about non-lethal weapons? I really don't, Eagle Eye. If you like to participate in non-lethal like Byrna and pepperball guns and tasers and all that stuff, I approve, but it's not for me. Frank, what is going on? Get a job. I don't have to get a job. I own my own company. What do you think of OA Defense Compact Pro? If you're talking about the Oracle Arms 2311, they're cool, but they're way too expensive. They took too long to come to market with their version of a 2011 that takes SIG 320 mags, so they screwed themselves over. My distributor always has them. They're always on sale and close out. Yeah. Is a Gerson Match X worth it? Yeah, if you can get one at regular price. I mean, it's a 2011 for, probably cheaper than even a Prodigy. The Mac 9 double stack technically will do the same job as will the BR9, but the Match X has the comped barrel, which is really cool. Is the Ludger with scope on the top right? No, that is not a Luger. It is a Ruger Mark IV. Do I like Bull Armor? Yes. I like their 1911 single stacks, and I also like their double stacks. How do I feel about Winchesters in general? I love Winchester. My grandfather worked for Winchester for almost 40 years. Running out of guns to buy. Are ya? What double stack 1911 do you recommend for around the 2K price? That's virtually all of them, except for because you're going to start stepping up into like the 25 range. So Bull Armory makes one. Alpha Foxtrot makes a couple of options for you. Obviously the TSOS, the Gersons, they're all in that kind of a price range. The Prodigy, you can make any of them work. You'll think you'll ever come out with some merch design similar to your arm tats? No. The tattoos are very personal to me, so I don't want to put them on a shirt. What area would you recommend besides Daniels? Bravo Company, not Bravo. Yeah, Bravo Company, LMT, Knights Armament, Stag Arms, for crying out loud. They actually make okay stuff. You prefer swords? Don't need to apologize, man. You like what you like. My favorite gun is the M1 Garand, but is there any way to buy one because they are from World War II? You can buy them all over the place, man. There are literally hundreds of places you can buy an M1 Garand. Have I seen the Italian Spectre pistol? Yes, I think. Is that the one TFB TV looked at Iwa? I think so. What's your favorite handgun you have? 1911s. Spider-Man says hello. I do not have a AK on the wall. Do I have a website? Wind City Armory is the store's website, and then I just use YouTube. Will Remington emerge from bankruptcy, or are they done? They've already been purchased like a year ago, dude. I can't remember who bought them, but they're not in bankruptcy as they were when they went into bankruptcy, but they're not the same company they used to be. Like Umarex bought Remington ammunition. I like the ping sound when I use them in COD. Yeah, in real life you barely even hear that, dude. Lewis, what is going on? Do you use a SIG 226? Not since I sold it, sorry. So, what's your favorite handgun you have? Any of my 1911s are good. Chris Vectors, good or crap? They're fine, but you don't get to use them the way they were intended to be used. As a civilian, we don't get full auto versions of them, so it kind of defeats the purpose. Best light and sights for mechanic T. You're elite. Get a Hollow Sun and a Surefire. You'll be good. Zaxxon, what is up? Do you think an AK-15 will be legal? Who makes an AK-15? Have I run any Canic optics? Thoughts? Yes, the Sharps Brothers equipped Echelon up there is running the MEO3. Looks good to me. Do I have a high-powered Brownie 9mm? No. Scorpion or Kuna? I haven't shot the Kuna yet, so I can't really tell you. A lot of people do compare them favorably, but we'll have to see. Jiminy, I've been watching your long forms. I appreciate that. I made that shorts video because it's obviously clear. When I do the shorts videos and the live streams are where most of the views are coming from for the channel, but I want to grow I want to grow the long form side of the channel. Couple of reasons. Number one, I get paid more for long videos, but number two is I'm making a lot of videos on a lot of guns and I want a lot of people to see it. You drive to work in a tank? No, but I do have a Navigator and a Ram, so I might as well have a tank. How do you feel about nonviolent felons getting their guns rights restored? Absolutely, Bayside. If it's a nonviolent felony and you didn't hurt a kid or anything like that, obviously that would be a violent felony. But, you know, if you're just a blue-collar criminal, white-collar criminal, drugs, whatever, I don't give a shit. Get your rights back. Y pistol has scope. It's made to look like a Star Wars blaster. Do I have a 38 Super? Yes, my STI Grandmaster. What's up, Michael? What is up? Do you think the big bill will pass for the suppressors? I'm hoping so. It looks like it should. I don't know why it wouldn't. When the House lets it sail through, I think the Senate should. Do you think the AK-12 will be legal? Which AK-12? There's companies that already manufacture 12-gauge AKs. Even Sega does it. Or Saiga. So a test fire of a full auto PMR 30. That would be kind of cool. Do you watch the good, the bad, and the ugly? No. Do I have a 5.7? No. Well, yes, I've got two, but not the new one. Sorry. If it passes, prices will hike on suppressors. No, it won't. They won't go down, but it won't go up. There's no reason for them to go up. It'll kind of be like post-COVID pricing on cars and shit. The price will stay the same as it is now because it's already exorbitant. And in fact, probably if it does pass within the next 2 years, we'll see prices come down because they're literally aluminum tubes. Also, if they're no longer an NFA item, you can make them at home. So I would invest in Maglite the instant the bill passes. What would I recommend to somebody who's restricted in his country when it comes to guns? You need to figure that out for yourself, brother. You got to figure out what you can and can't get and what your options are. I can't tell you, man. How much have you spent on guns? I could have had a good house. What's the difference between 223 and 5.56? The pressure primarily. 223 is at about 50,000 psi, 50 to 55,000 psi, and 5.56 is between 58 and 65,000 psi, as well as there's a slight difference in the guns. The chambers are slightly, or the necks are slightly different of the throats, I mean. Cheapest gun you bought? I've been paid to take guns from customers. Do you like FRT trigger? I don't really care. You can like them if you want. I don't have any. How do I feel about flat-face triggers? I like them as long as they function correctly. You know, just because you put a flat-face trigger on it doesn't mean it's going to feel good. You know what I mean? Bought a used Rock Island. Is it worth it? Yes. Love your channel. 'Tis awesome, big chat. Preferred balance between info and pure dead brilliant giggles. I try, Susie. We're in the very beginning of it tonight, so I'm trying to be a little bit more informative to people, but it's coming. My dad's so obsessed with guns that he got me a gun when I was 5. Well, treat it nicely. Of all the pistols behind you, which one shoots the best, fastest, flattest? There's no one that does all three. What's the small pistol behind the Ruger with the scope? That is a Smith & Wesson Bodyguard 2.0. Is mounting a Gal 15 Gatling gun and putting a sniper scope on it, putting it on top of a golf cart a good idea? Go for it, Luke. See what happens. Opinions on Canik. I like them. There's 4 up there. 3 up there. Someone get rid of Mr. Show Cemetery. Do you have a pistol but for hunters? Because I'm a hunter. I have a 460 Smith & Wesson Magnum. Have I used hockey tape on your grips? No, I'll buy actual, I use Talon grip tape, and then if you put it on right, it works really good. First gun recommendations, never had and was a fan, but these days it's wild. Seems like they have one that could be helpful. It sounds like you need a Glock. I hate Glock. I don't like them personally, but I'll recommend them in terms of ease of use, reliability, and maintenance. The wall is sick, thank you. My dad got me a gun at 6. It was a 1022. When I was a teen, I got a Model 29. Nice, Jesus. How do I feel about staccatos? Don't like staccatos, don't like FNs 5 series. I like older FNs. Staccato is just a waste of money because they took the 2011 name, called them duty guns so that they can sell them to cops, and now they charge up to $4,000 for one, so they can kiss my ass. Silver Bear 223 ammo cracked my Mini 14 bolt. It was 223, but not 5.56. Okay. If it's loaded too hot, you're reaching 5.56 pressures. It can cause damage. It's the difference between, I have no idea, dude. My daughter is interested in her first gun. What would you recommend? I would recommend taking them to a range that will allow you to shoot different guns, test different guns, and see what fits best for her. I can't tell you what to recommend to your daughter. She needs to figure that out by holding and touching and putting her hands on several different guns. Nice, the Star Wars blaster is back on the wall. Yes, because my buddy Alex put it up for sale. I'm looking for a self-defense weapon. Any suggestions? Well, you're coming into a live to ask, so I'm going to guess that you're not like fully versed on guns, so just get a Glock. I hate them, but hey, at least they'll take another one off the market. Yeah, I don't care if I left a space, Mikey. It's fine. What's the difference between a Scorpion and an Uzi? Everything. Do I play paintball or airsoft? I do not. It's like a dozen Glock clones, though. You can just buy something that takes down the same as it. Yep, there's like 5 of them behind me. Rylos, the original asker said that she was 21, so... How much for a Glock? Money. What do you think about Canik? I already answered that question. I've got a bunch of them. They're good. Did I serve in the military? No, I did not. We aren't doing background checks. Yeah, we are. You want to come and hang out? You're the best. Thank you. I'll go with your advice. There are a lot of ranges that will let you rent guns for like $10 to $15 an hour, and believe me, spending like $60 to $75 just to test 4 or 5 guns is still cheaper than buying a gun that she's not going to like, that you're going to lose your shirt on when you try to sell it back. I have played Ready or Not. I have it on my computer. I just hate the AI. Do I have a Desert Eagle? Nope. It was made out of ice cream and I ate it. Is the Ed Brown 1911 worth the price over a SIG? Yes. Between $100 and $200, do you have anything that I can get? No. And you need to go to your local gun stores. Where's the best place to buy guns? Depending on where you live, man. It could be a pawn shop. It could be your local gun shop. It could be frickin' Sportsman's Warehouse. I don't know where you are or what to do, where you're shopping, my friend. Need to check out the site again and see what's been put up. I only put up like 5 guns this week. I'll put up more probably tomorrow, actually, because I don't have anything expected tomorrow, so I can just take videos and pictures. Why do you hate Glock so much? No innovation. They're boring. They run because they're made with mediocre tolerances at best. They're the AKs of the pistol world, and at least the AK has personality. The block is literally just a... Everyone hates on Kel-Tec. I like Kel-Tec. I love guns manufactured by coke fiends. Would you prefer a good 2011 or a Canic? I'll always take a 2011 over a Canic. Are you an SOT or just a guy who collects? SOT is special occupation tax stamp. That is actually in addition to an FFL. I'm an FFL. I'm working on getting my full transferable SOT. But yeah, I am actually a store. But I used to collect. I have several safes that I never go back into that are full of guns. So I have a buddy that's an ex-felon from when he was 13, served 20 years for murder without a weapon, discharging 20 in Texas. How he can buy firearms after 10 years out. How do you feel? So I'm not even going to give my opinion on it. So it sounds like Texas already made that decision. What guns can you shoot tracer rounds? Pretty much any of them, man. The 92 FS is more reliable than a Glock and the M&P 2.0. Okay. Fired a 303 rifle, then an SLR fully automatic. Really cool. Nice, Spectre. Whatever happened to the safe you made videos on? Did you end up keeping it? If you're talking about the blacksmith ones, they fucked me over because I gave them away and they'd never sent out the winners their safes. So I wound up buying them out of my pocket or sending them my personal one. In fact, Chanson has one of my safes that was personal because blacksmith decided to kick me in the nuts. So, Desert Eagle, do you have one? No, not anymore. I sold it. Do I have Taurus? No, I have a Lincoln. CZ SPO1, CZ Shadow 2, or high quality 2011. I'm not picking between those. They're all fine guns, and I actually have them all. So, plan on getting a 226 soon. Do you have a recommendation on which models? Personally, because of the way I shoot, I prefer the single action onlys, and I would recommend getting like the Legion or the X5 Classic because you get the longer barrel or the comped barrel. So. Bro, can you please explain the Han Solo pistol up there? It is a Ruger Mark IV Target, 22 caliber, fully functional. My buddy built it. It's using a kit that was available online. It will be on my website by Monday. It's just a pretty cool one. What's your least favorite gun? Well, besides Glocks, anything made by Chiappa. Oh, what happened with the big one? I sold that to a buddy of mine who needed another safe for his hunting rifles. I like you are neutral on the issue. Some are totally against it. So I don't know the full extent of what happened, man. And that's I'm gonna stay out of it. What gun is that with the scope? It's a pistol. I just said it's a Ruger Mark IV. Do I have anything that the KGB would use? Not really. What do I think about the Echelon? I like it when you modify them a little bit. So up here at the top of that line is a Echelon with a Sharps Brothers aluminum chassis on it. Thank you so much for the great advice. Hope you have a great rest of the day and great weekend. Chat soon on the next one. All right, Ty, thank you. Do I have a Glock 50? You know, they actually made a 50 caliber Glock called the Gun Crafters International 50 GI. So, no, I don't. Is that a hunting rifle? It's not a hunting rifle. It's a Springfield M1A. You mean the Stafe you restored a while back? Yeah, I restored it, but I did it on purpose to sell. It wasn't going to be mine. Have you shot the single action only? What the hell just happened? Oh, an ad just popped up. Hold on a second. Have I shot the 92S? I heard of big hands. They can leave a dent on your knuckle. Depending on your holding it, all the 92FSs will do that. I've shot the 9211, the single action variant. It shoots fine for me. Echelon or Shield? I'd be going with the Echelon personally. I don't think the Shield's big enough for me. You bought the Mark V 226. Nice, dude. You mean the Mark 25, sorry. Yeah. You ever use a SAR-9? If you did, isn't any better than Canic? No, it's not better than Canic. The gun is fine, but it's not better than Canic. Where were you Wednesday? I took the day off. I didn't feel like streaming. I'm tired today. I didn't feel like streaming tonight, but I'm not going to go an entire week without streaming, so. Hey, Rebecca, what is going on? So, Tyrone, I'm not doing this for a living. I'm not doing this to make money. In 9 years, I've made $37,000 doing this. So, obviously, I'm not doing this to make money. I've spent probably 10 times that just in ammo since I started shooting guns. Um, yeah, so this is just something I do for fun. So, if I really don't feel like doing a live stream, I just don't do a live stream, dude. Also, if I don't feel like putting up a short or doing a video, I just don't do it. So. I do not own a Knight's armament. I'm not poor. I just own my own guns. My ARs are all custom builds, and my ARs cost more than Knight's. So you can call me poor if you want, or you can call me discerning. Did you make the shelving, or is there a source for that? Which shelving? Oh, the shelving in the safe was literally made using just pre-manufactured shelving from Home Depot. I just cut it to fit. I was told there's no rifle that can stop a grizzly bear. Is that true? Would you know? That's a lie. You shoot a grizzly bear with anything from a 300 Win Mag on up, you can stop a grizzly. Have I ever shot one of the Mark 23 handguns? No, but I've played with one. My buddy Alex, the one that gave me the blaster to sell, he had one for a while. I missed you. Did you miss me? I miss everybody, Rebecca, to a point. Difference between 5.56 by 44 and 45. I have no idea, brother. Okay, you're good. Thank you, Tyrone. The M1A looks like a bolt gun from this angle. It kind of does. I respect that. And then it's got a different kind of sling on it that almost looks like a hunting sling. Yeah. Mouse is back. What's the best for pistol whipping? Something heavy. What do you do for work to afford this lifestyle? Number one, my guns have been collected over the years through horse trading, finding deals, etc. But number two, I own a gun store. Do I got a judge gun? Not anymore. Sold it. I know a friend who downed a grizzly with a 22. Nice. Do I think you're a boy or a girl? I think you are whatever you wish you are. Smash. Thank you. Wow, broski, where you at? So I know where to go when the zombies get here. You don't want to do that, Kyle. If the zombies get here and a nuke drops or the world ends, I'm taking out anybody that gets within 100 yards of my place. Sorry. Nice horses. Thank you. Everyone make sure to tap the like button. Yep, we're seeing an Asian with a country accent. Son, this ain't a country accent, man. If I want to get down south and talk a little bit more like this. Have you ever heard of Henry Choi? He's on YouTube. He does a lot of videos. He's got a lot of comedy shorts and stuff. He sounds like this. I don't sound like this. If you think this is a country accent, my God, man. But how about this? Well, thank you very much. I am so happy that you are here today. What about the nice lady who lives upstairs? She's nice, but she's not here at night when I'm filming. Why are surplus guns expensive now? Because the number of places that bring them in has reduced. There used to be a lot more companies that could get them. Now it's down to like 3, and they control the entire inventory. I'm a die. Oh, no. Mr. Patel, so nice to see you. Oh, thank you. What happened if I'm a contribution? I got a 7mm with Leopold scope that would mess with that 100-yard shot right up. What? Okay, Kyle, sounds good. I'm 8. When I heard that, I cried. Okay, sorry to hear that, Rebecca. And unfortunately, you can't be here. Do I have a Gatling M134? No, but with an SOT license, I can get what's called a post-dealer sample of an M2 full machine gun for $69,000. One of the smaller ones that goes on to like the security vehicles, the ones that don't have to spin up, they just go. Man, that actually hurt my ear. Don't worry about Mouse. Mouse, we don't need to defend me against these idiots. Actually, Running Man, even though I'm half Korean, I don't do a good Asian accent. Also, I found out when looking at my birth certificate, I don't actually have a birth certificate. I have a certificate of birth abroad, just guaranteeing that I'm a citizen. It doesn't actually serve as a birth certificate. It was freaking hilarious. I called my dad. He's like, yeah, you're probably older than you think you are. We can't remember the exact date. Thanks, Dad. I do an excellent Japanese. Oh, thank you. I do what I can. Hey, brother. Hope your health is doing good. Zombie apocalypse. Remember 45 seconds ago. Oh, well, if you're shooting at me while you're trying to seek shelter, then we got bigger problems, and I'm definitely taking you out. And I'll probably use one of my longer range guns for that. If you're shooting at me from beyond 100 yards, I'm shooting back. And no, honestly, a lot of these questions just as soon as I answer them, they're gone. You gotta turn your hand around. No, I'm good. Do you clean your gun after each time you shoot them? I do, just because it's therapeutic. Thoughts on pistol revolvers? You mean like the Unica, the Mataba Unica 6? They're fine. You have a 50 cal? Not anymore. I sold it. You nearly broke out your John Wick gear. Ha! Oh, that's so lovely there, girlie. No kings. Why not? No, there's a myth wrong with this one. Thanks for the reply. No problem, dude. Did I actually answer you? Thoughts on the Springfield Kuna? I'm waiting to get one, dude. My distributors are all looking for me. I'm getting one without the folding stock because I can get it for like $150 cheaper because I've got buffer tube and extenders and stocks. Or braces. Do a desk pop.
Hey, Papa, 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 Papa.
Later, Holmes. Hey, man. You do you. How'd you get your first 50 subscribers? Believe it or not, it wasn't with guns. My first 50 subscribers came when I used to do video game hunting and car reviews. Can I do all the trick shots? Hell no, dude. I can point shoot pretty well, 10 to 15 yards, but that's about it. What's my thoughts or opinions on the 320? There's nothing wrong with the 320. 320s are fine, especially ones built after 2021. They fixed all the issues. SIG has handled the problem very poorly. They got on the super defensive and tried to turn it around on the American public, which any company in the United States going into the 2020 should know is the dumbest thing you can do, because unfortunately, the number of retards on the internet outnumbers the number of normal people. So people become woke about a situation and they just try to cancel everything. So SIG handled it wrong. What's the gun directly above your head? A PT-92CD decocker. What's your shit hits a fan pistol? Actually, my shit hits a fan is going to be in my Mossberg 930 Tactical, my custom AR-15, and my 1911, whichever one I happen to grab. Am I an undercover felon? I don't know, am I? My mom called me. She's mad because I cut her off from Amazon Video because she signed me up for Paramount Plus. Ha! She signed herself up for Paramount Plus. Damn, man. Do what you got to do, though, man. Hey, Jiminy Cricket, what is up? Not much. Can I do the John Wick reload? Which one are you talking about? You mean the one where he just flicks the mag out? Yeah, anybody can do that. It's actually a competition reload that's been around since competition started. I don't know why everybody keeps getting... Actually, that's a bullshit line. Chad Stahelski, the director of the first John Wick, said in a media presence or in a one of the publicity tours that Keanu Reeves created that move. Keanu Reeves did not create the flick. That was actually done by competition shooters in the 70s and 80s. As soon as magazines started being used in competition, they started learning to flick out, and that was the fastest way to do it. If you're talking about the John Wick reload, that was actually Chad Stahelski, because if you watch The Matrix, one of the actors does a double reload with Berettas, double John Wick press check. So honestly, Keanu Reeves is amazing. He's funny. He's actually very articulate when you take away from the way he talks. But he didn't create any of what he's doing. He's just the guy doing it well. Hardballer, long slide. Sounds like a gun porn. Pretty much, dude. I got the long slide. Damn, he's going to be very popular. Very knowledgeable and informative. Thank you. What's your custom AR, PSA? So my custom AR, I'll run through the parts as I remember them. It's not up on my wall. It's a Virginia VA-15 lower from PSA. It says 6 Semper Tyrannis. It's just funny because I have a binary in it, so it's a 3-position switch. It has a unique AR's upper. It's like a $1,500 upper with a $200 muzzle brake on it with a Butler $300 bolt in it, so it's got a shit ton of money in that. Custom furniture, all full real ambi shit, so it doesn't use bad levers. Just it's all full custom. I don't like stock. What do I think about the Stealth Arms Platypus 1911? I want to find one used before I drop $2,000 on one new. Just waiting for one to come in. I know a few buddies that have them, and I've been bugging them to sell me their guns. Do you have a 22? Sure. The flick has been around for a long time. Purpose behind it, not for speed. Rather get the empty mag away from your feet when shifting position so you're not stepping on them. What? There you go. What's special about the Browning? I have no idea what Browning. Did you know that Sean Ryan was a gun training on the first John Wick? I did not know that. Just left a comment on your very first video from 9 years ago. Let me know what you think. Damn, the one where I'm in the car introducing the channel? That's crazy. What's your favorite gun that you own or have shot? Well, I like my DWX and I love my Match X Gerson, so you're going to be disappointed. I've heard that before, dude. I'm sure I'll be fine. What's special about the Browning High Power? The Browning High Power was basically what John Browning wanted the 1911 to be. John Moses Browning developed the 1911 for Colt under the mandate set by the U.S. government. When he was able to design an entire pistol by himself, which, by the way, he didn't finish. He died before the Browning High Power came out. It was actually finished by his assistant at FN, who finished everything. But he always wanted a double-stack 9mm. He didn't want a grip safety. He didn't want the multiple components. That's why it's got the safety is all the way at the back. It doesn't have a grip safety. It doesn't have a bushing on it. So everything he wanted to do to the 1911, he did to the Browning. Now, as a 1911 enthusiast, I hate the hinge trigger and I hate the magazine disconnect. But the gun itself is really good. I bought one with the 1 pound trigger. It's stellar, but I'll wait for your review on it. What did you buy with the 1 pound trigger? Have a good one. Eagle Eye, move on. Have a good night. Thank you for coming in. Should I sell my SIG? Why? Bro is always ready for a house intruder. You betcha. Did the original 1911 have a grip safety? Yes. All 1911s, anything from 1911 when they were issued to today, has a grip safety factory. The only ones that didn't were if you go back to some of the development guns, but the U.S. Army wanted a grip safety, so yes. Oh, the Stealth Arms Platter. How'd you get one with a 1 pound trigger? I thought they said the lightest they sell is a 2 pound trigger. That's pretty cool. Yeah, well, it's going to be a while, man. Don't wait for my review. It's going to be a while. Do I have a lot of free times? Nope. How much would you sell a new full-size Glock? I don't give prices online, dude, but you can pretty much go anywhere because they're all what's called mapped manufactured asking price or minimum asking price. They all run about the same kind of money. Squeezecocker has entered the chat. That was a funny gun because you can actually fire the gun by hold a P7 with the Squeezecocker. You can hold the trigger and just pull the Squeezecocker. If somebody broke into your room right now, which guns are you going for first that you can reasonably grab in time? Probably the 1911 sitting literally in front of me. I mean, the grip safety is just a spring you can snip off with some tin snips. I don't recommend it, but it can be done. Yeah, I don't recommend eliminating your grip safety at all, unless you use a proper kit. You can buy pin safeties. You can pin them yourself. You could literally just use a set screw into the back of the gun, but you could use a rubber frickin' band and bypass a grip safety. Cocker. You think the rifle ban in Chicago will be lifted, or are they just jerking us? I have no idea. I haven't been following your guys' thing. I hope it gets lifted because I got friends that live in that area. Also, you know, 2A is a right. Platypus is probably a 2 pound. I honestly got drunk on my honeymoon night and bought one, then waited 18 weeks for it. See, that's the only thing I don't want to do. I missed the chance to buy them when they had gotten down to like 6 weeks. I also missed the chance to buy one of their in stocks. I'm going to reach out to them because I'm going to become a dealer with them, and then maybe that'll get me my gun faster. City's full of people blasting each other. 3 people injured in a park shooting and 1 died. How many people are in your city, my friend? You're calling my mom back, but now her phone goes straight to voicemail. Ooh, you pissed off your mom. You pissed off your mom. I don't give out prices in which 1911. I have 14. Where's the Staccato? Probably in some other sucker's safe. I don't like Staccato. I had one of their C2s. I got a C2 with the Delta Point Pro for $1,500. I was not impressed. I bought it from a customer, sold the optic for $500, and then traded the gun off for $2,500. So I literally doubled my money on that one. Bro, is that a Stormtrooper blaster? No, that is modeled after the one Bill Burr used in The Mandalorian. Yes, this is the way have platypus. Send you a sample. Okay. You have a Glock 19. Possibly. If a rare gun was sent to your store, couldn't you just buy it? What do you mean, like somebody ordered it and had it transferred in? No. They have a name on it, so if a customer has a gun sent to my store and then they don't get it, then they have documentation showing they own the firearm, and I can get in trouble for just keeping a gun. If you're talking about like a new gun, yeah, if I order in a new gun and I want it, I have to pay for it, and I have to pay tax on it because I'm not, as the store, if I leave it in the store's name, no, then it's just the store's gun. But if I want it for my personal, like my personal collection guns, they're all in my name, so I pay tax and everything on those. 678,958, and 4 people were hurt. So your attrition rate is less than 0.004%. So it's not everybody blasting, my friend. And I'm not trying to be pedantic by making that statement. The problem is news media and what people observe is, unfortunately, it's part of the issue as to why we have so many problems with legal people getting guns and only protecting criminals, is that 4 people out of 700,000 were hurt and only 1 of them died. So 1 in 700,000 people died, which means that you literally have an attrition rate of 0.000025 or something like that. So you can't even see a 1% rate of injuries. Whereas I guarantee you that if you look up local statistics for your city, there will be more car deaths and alcohol-related deaths and blunt force trauma deaths in your city than there will be of any registered violent crime using firearms. And I'm not putting you down by saying this, but I want to get information out there. The fact is, in a country with over 300 million people, we suffer less than 40,000 gun-related deaths a year. It's completely blown out of proportion. Dumb question, do you have to pay taxes on your inventory? My store inventory, I pay tax when I sell that product. So somebody buys the gun, I charge them tax, that tax money goes to the state. And then unfortunately I have to pay tax on my profits. My personal guns that I buy, yes. If I buy a gun from a distributor and then I want the gun for myself, like my DWX, I have to pay the cost of buying the gun as well as the tax. And on some things I actually pay what I have stickers on them. I understand you. I agree with you. The sad part is most of them are so young. I do agree. Unfortunately, the newer generation believes guns solve problems. In my day, I got my ass kicked a lot, and I kicked a lot of people's asses because you basically just settled things with your fist, and then you walked away. And then when you saw each other later, you just, what's up, you know? The person who died starts him. Going that way, Thomas, trying to find somebody to blame in a situation, I don't like to do that. So, not to mention 99% of gun owners don't commit any gun-related crime. Yep. You could probably rob me. You could try. The fact that you just published it on the internet, if you happen to break into my place and die, I'm totally absolved of any wrongdoings. The highest death is with fist. Yep, it's true. You can't touch a live. Yes, YouTube will end the live stream and give me a warning and a strike. Bass, what is up? Violence is not the solution. No kidding. Pie eating contest. McPerson's, yes, it's back. It's available for sale. Just got it tonight. What's your CCW? 1911. That was my exact point. Okay. What's your thoughts on the Glock 48? Stay out of low-income urban areas and your chances of violent crime go down. That is true, but unfortunate. Bro has Glock. Okay. Is the optic on the blaster functional or no? Oh, yeah, it's an absolutely functional optic. It's a Tasco. It's not like a super expensive one. It just kind of looks right for the design. But it's actually pretty accurate. Hey, Blood Song, long time no talk. What is going on, brother? No idea where Stone is. He's probably on vacation or some shit. Might be working. What's your thoughts on when Bannon? So I like to say this as a plain way of putting this. Any laws are an infringement on 2A rights. So you can extrapolate that if a government agency tries to eliminate 2A rights without just reason or cause or ability, that I'm not going to be on that side of it. What would you call your gun if you ever created a gun company? The 1911, because I would just build 1911s. On a chance of robbable to not a, on a scale of robbable to not a chance, how robbable are you? I'm very robbable. I'm also revenging. So, jokes about suicide, self-harm, harming others, those get automatically reported, so motherfuckers, keep trying. Bad folks are everywhere. Unfortunately, yeah, Susie, I'm sure you know, like in the UK, the biggest number of deaths are done with knives. So, does that mean you guys have to ban knives in the European Union or in the greater parts of Europe? I want to meet Stone. He seems like a chill dude. He's pretty cool. He said he'd probably like you as a person. Omni Hybrid AR-15 is a no. Number one, you limit yourself to a lot of things that you're able to change on those just because of the fact that they are a poly body. Number two, the cost of one is not low enough to justify it. Tommy Boy comes in with the $5 dono. Thank you, sir. I did not see that. My chat is lagging. What do I think about the Honey Badger? The Honey Badger is fine. It's expensive, and it's a... is it still a double stamp? I think it's just a single stamp. Don't be stealing my name. I'm the only buster. No problem. Ban knives. I'm all for that. Dude, I've been hurt more with knives than I've ever been hurt with a gun. Talking abandoning kitchen knives is crazy. Yeah, you know, it's insane. Next thing you know, all the world is going to be using sporks, and then we're going to go back to Cain and Abel bullshit where we use stones to kill each other. Thoughts on the CMP? If you're talking about the Caltech, the 33 rounder, pretty cool. Thoughts on the 44 Magnum? It's fine. Enuver, if I show you the smallest gun, I'll get banned for showing my penis. I want a Honey Badger, but I'm poor. Yeah, me too. LMT or Knights if you can only own one? Neither. Hope I get to meet you at GunCon. I'll be there all day. I'll be wearing a green Jiminy Show shirt, this hat. Actually, I bought a brand new one for the thing. And I have the tattoos. I'm also 6'4", so I'll be readily identifiable. I'll also be the only nutsack YouTube guy who's not filming. So I'll be the only one who's looking at where he's walking, probably. Best 2011 gun. I haven't tried them all yet, but I would probably put Nighthawk and Hayes Customs up there. I was talking the civilian marksmanship program. Oh, I thought we were talking about Caltex. No idea, dude. I've been hurt with both. Knives are more fear-inducing than a firearm. I'm more afraid of knives because I more easily hurt myself with knives. I stabbed myself twice last week. Nothing bad, but I've literally pokeyed myself a couple of times. We need common sense knife control. Yes, keep knives out of the hands of anybody that isn't a registered chef. All food should be cut for us by the chefs before it comes to us, so the only thing that we can have any chance of using is a spoon. I found my green Chimney Show shirt. Nice. Do you like the AR-9? They're fine if the fate of the world depended on you giving an answer of one or the other. Thought, LMT or Knights? I think the world needs to end, so I'm refusing to answer. Fun fact, ADF has been holding one of my suppressor applications for 2 years now. I'm surprised it hasn't been just straight up denied. No more carrying my Cortana mouse. Lol. Oh, you got a little pokey? Oh. Just keep it sheathed, lady. Keep it sheathed. You got an MP22. Was that a steal? No, not really, because the MP522 is not made by HK. It's made by Umarex. Umarex makes more 22 caliber guns than anybody. It's a good price. I wouldn't call it a steal because it's not really an HK. I want to shake your normal hand. Most creators just got a camera in your face. Thank you. If you're there, Joshua, meet me. Thoughts on laser sight on a pistol? Laser sight has no real point unless it's like a close range get away from me, kind of like Crimson Trace grips like on revolvers. Did you ever own a North American mini revolver? Yes, I would. I have. I did. I don't anymore. They approved the other, but still holding on to that one. I would probably complain to somebody. Somebody somewhere screwed up, dude. That's crazy. T-Sauce, Night Stalker for his first handgun. What are your thoughts? It's not a base model, so as long as you have some gun proficiency, it's perfectly fine, and it will run fine. But you know, it's cool. I mean, do what you got to do. What is double stamp? You're Canadian. So in the United States, if it has a stock and under 16-inch barrel, it is a short barrel rifle, and the Honey Badger is suppressed. So you have a short barrel rifle that's suppressed. So you need a tax stamp for the suppressor and the short barrel rifle. Belt-fed AR-15. I'm good, man. Rumor is the M1 Garand might go back into production. Any leads? Well, if they do, great. If not, there's a billion of them out there, my guy. If you go through Classic Industries, I think they're the ones that rebarrel them and put new stocks on them. Do you have Desert Eagle? Nope, sold it. Hey, what do I do if my choke tube is stuck? Fire bigger and bigger shells through it until something frees up. Otherwise, I would heat it up with like a heat gun and maybe get oil down into your threads. It sounds like you have a carbon issue or some kind of foreign object issue. So what I would do is I would take a heat gun. That way you won't damage your finish, and get the barrel nice and hot, and then put some WD-40 or some kind of oil into the threads. My HK416 Micro doesn't say anywhere. Does that mean it's still HK? No, because that one uses Mossberg's 7 whatever. It's a Mossberg, which I think is Blastech. Do you have iron sights or a red dot on your CCW? Iron sights, because it's a Para Ordnance Black Ops 1911. It just doesn't have a provision for a red dot. Took the Crimson Trace grips off my J-frame, put a Hogue rubber grip lasers, and made the one butt too long. Nice. Federico, what's up? What's the gun right above the paper thing? The what paper thing? That's my YouTube play button. It's just there's a reflection coming from a light. So... thoughts on cheese sauce, Night Stalker for your first handguns? Okay, I already answered that question. Never ever shot a Beretta? Yes. Did you open your gun shop yet? Yes, it's been open since February. Did you hear about the Gen 6 Glock speculation? Oh no, they might put a 6 on the side of the slide. Yeah, even regular guy in America would be better off to get a Honey Badger type AR pistol with a brace and a rattle can to tab, lol, but still pricey. Yeah, what do you think about the Taurus GX2? I have not shot the DX2 yet. I'm sure it's fine. I haven't shot my 19 Gen 5, but I've had it for at least 2 years. I haven't cleaned it after. Cleaned it at all. Is it still good? Take it apart and find out, dude. I can't tell you. See, now many companies have been making the AOW type. I do want one. Yeah, well, there's a problem with the AOW type. Just because they put the word AOW on your receiver does not automatically mean that it's AOW. If you change one thing on that gun, literally, one, like, if you put a different stock on it, you put the wrong grip on it, that changes your length of pull, you can literally lose your AOW status. Just because it says AOW doesn't mean it's actually AOW. Do the studio lights make it hot in there? No, they're LED, and one is all the way on the other side of the room. These are just desk LEDs. Are you open for the big, beautiful bill to pass? If you're talking about HPA, yes. What's the optic on the Dan Wesson? That is the Burris Fast Fire E. What is it, 947? I'll do a walkthrough of the guns real quick. I need to stand up anyways. My legs are cramping. Ugh. He's not short. No shit. He's Korean, though. Yeah, but only half Korean. Which half? The short half. That's really racist. Yeah, well, you know, I don't have a birth certificate, so suck my bing bong. So we've got the 37 millimeter tube launcher. My buddy's M1 that we put a different gas block on so the sight can be moved back, because that's made for a custom suppressor that he's getting. Really nice. The FK Burno, I borrowed that from my buddy so that I can compare it to my Rock Island 5.0. That's the square barrel gun. In fact, if I wind up keeping it, I'm going to call it Square Bear. You know, because Square Barrel. I'm going to call it the Square Bear. Hello, Square Bear. The T-Sauce Night Stalker from 18 months ago, the one that caused all the problems. That one is the T-Sauce BR9 Double Stack. My Springfield Operator. The Star Wars Blaster. That's a Ruger Mark IV with a custom kit on it, a Volquartz and bolt, and a Tasco scope. It's been distressed a little bit to look more like Bill Burr's Mandalorian Blaster. The Springfield Echelon with the Mechanic MEO3 optic on it, which is an SRO clone. Works really well, shoots really nice, has a Sharps Bros frame on it. Yes, the grip is cracked, don't worry about it. Rock Island sent me the new replacement optic for the 1911 double stack, which was really cool of them. They upgraded it. It's now got adjustments on it. The Dan Wesson DWX with the Burris Fastfire E that they sent me without even telling me they were sending it, and it's getting scratched from being in my goddamn holster. Something's happened with their finish. It's not as good as it used to be. I'm very pissy. My Gerson Match X, which is still my favorite 2011. The Rex 01 Tactical, which is going up for sale. My Para Ordnance 1345. The Tanfoglio Witness with the brown PLA grips that my buddy Mouse made. Canik TP9SFX. Canik Meta SF. Glock 17 Gen 4. Glock 22 Gen 4. Glock 19 Gen 5. The Daria Arms DY9 Glock clone, the Canik 55, Taurus G3X, and a Ruger SR9C. So that is the gun wall. That is the gun wall. That is the gun wall today. As a Milsurp collector, that M1 pains my soul. That was my buddy's service rifle for something. He used it. No, I can't remember when he got it. But he got it when he was in the service. So it may hurt your soul, but that's the way he's always had it. You won't see a holster scratch like that on a Glock. You are right about that. You weren't kidding. Your head has to be touching the ceiling. This thing has drop ceiling that is barely at 7 feet. That's the only reason it looks like I'm that close to the ceiling. Hope you're having a good stream. Big Arm, what's up, Sonny? I was so curious as what it was, and it's a movie gun. It's a copy, absolutely. Damn, Alex did a good job. Yeah, he did. Canics are great guns. Yes, they are. Got skills, Mouse. Yeah, he does. What about the stuffed animals, lol? Yeah, Milo, Shiloh, and Greg. I don't want to get too close to Greg because he's holding a gun. Got to head out for the night. Thanks for the live, Joe. Later chat. Hey, Justin, thanks for coming in, man, for a little while. Grips have rosewood in them. Yes, they do. Yes, yes, yes. Just got here and you're leaving. It's fine, Oli. Carrie Kimbrough Micro 9. Nice. Do people hate on Turkish stuff, Canik and SARS? It's not as many people hating on it as you think. A lot of people actually like the Turkish stuff nowadays. He was in the service from the 30s. His name is George Patton. How does the Canik 55 feel in the hand? You really like it? It's a TP9. It's just a very early version of it. It's pretty nice, man. It's a genuine decocker double action, single action gun. It's a better feeling Walther P99. We're talking about the metal slide head, Busta. They use the M14s for recon rifles, marksman rifles, but not the M1. Yeah. Is it the M1, though? I thought it was a Mark 14. I don't know. Whatever. I think it's an M1A. I don't really care. I did the work I was asked to do, and I'm not a rifle guy, so as far as I'm concerned, fuck it. How often are you lubricating your firearms? My collection is growing. If you clean and lube your gun right, you shouldn't have to keep lubing it. Lubrication, unless the gun is used or stored very badly, should not just go away. So just make sure your guns are clean, man. Which gun has a cracked grip? The the Echelon. Yeah, the Springfield Echelon, it has wood inserts, and I cracked one when I was trying to wrap them in Talon tape. You ever eat corn the long way? You mean like typewriter style? Ching, ching, ching? Or are you talking about the way your mom does it? Do you have an AR-15? Yep. No, I don't feel like standing up again. I'm going to call it an M1 and just say you're right. Fun fact, I have a PSA KV and it fires in full auto. I'm not sending it back though. Cool. Be careful. Hey, Dodge, what is up? It's going to be tricky. Yup. Hold on a second. Anybody that has Discord that's in Discord, send a message to Stone, see what the hell he's doing. Nightbot has brand new gun sitting as safe for the last 5 years and never been oiled. The Diddy joke intended. Yeah, no, you know what? Just check it, dude. I have not had to shoot anybody. Cool. Thank you. Any T4P. Training for protection? You mean like the Glock T4Es? I got an XDM 9mm Elite. Is that a top 10 choice? No, but it's a good choice. We'll send message to Stone. Thank you, sir. Do you have a Discord we can join? Yeah, I do. I just don't have it up in front of me, so I don't have the welcome and things like. Any word on Goose? Yeah, I spoke to him just the other day. He just said he's working like a motherfather, and I just told him, I just wanted to make sure he was okay. Can't get my choke tube unstuck. How much roughly would a gunsmith charge? I have no idea what your local gunsmith is going to charge you, Paul. I know that my gunsmiths charge $75 an hour plus setup time, so it all depends on what it needs. What about the PDP Compact? PDP Compact is fine. I just don't like the size of the slide in comparison with the body. Everybody bitches about the 320 having a height over bore. Holy shit. Have you ever held a PDP? The bore is so high over your finger. It's literally at the same height as a 320, but at least a 320 designed their way away from it. Have you ever gone skeet shooting? I've tried skeet shooting once. I hit the first two and never hit another one, so I got lucky and should have stopped. Was it, though Glock is trash, made of plastic and a prayer? Do I have a Glock 19? I don't know, maybe. Oh. Now I'm going to open it, and it's going to say, downloading tons of shit updates, blah, 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 installing updates, blah, blah, blah. Starting, blah, 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 blah. Fucking Stone isn't doing what he's supposed to. Hold on, I'm just trying to get the welcome bullshit. Yeah, and unfortunately the phone I'm using is the other one. Why is the XDM 9mm Elite a good choice but not a top 10? Because there are so many guns with better triggers, better overall feel, and honestly, it's a fine gun. It's not that good. And personally, I will never put a polymer gun in my top 10. Rice with chicken tenders sounds good right now. I had chicken with hot dogs, or rice with hot dogs. How about the G3C? It's fine. It works. Where do you draw the line on when a restrictive law on a weapon is restricting on your rights versus a helpful bill? Pretty much if they say we can't own something, then it's becoming restrictive. If they want to have us doing paperwork so they can have a record on who's buying guns in case something bad happens, I don't give a shit about that. And if you care about that, that means that you're either intending on doing something anti-good or you've already done shit that you shouldn't be doing. But I don't give a shit about doing paperwork to buy a gun as long as I can buy the goddamn gun. I'm new. I'm just wondering, do you sell those guns? Because the Top Gun, you know how much that is. I'm just asking. I don't give prices on live stream. Go to Wind City Armory. Have I ever shot the Wilson Combat EDC X9? I have not. I've held it and made a video on one, though. Looks fine. You thought you saw a little Marlin 22. You did at one point, but that gun is long sold. My number one guns are always 1911s. Varying different brands kind of come and go, but 1911s in general. Nighthawk Double Agent or TSOS RDS or Titan RDS. I kind of like the Double Agent. I don't know anything about the Titan RDS. Hey, if my scope mounts fit on a Weaver mount, would it transfer to fit a Picatinny rail? Doubt it, because most Weaver mounts are like 11mm and they're not deep enough. So you're going to have fitment issues. Did you build your Armalite? I don't own an Armalite. Win. W-I-N. Winchester. Win. Hey, listen, in the UK, police arresting people for hurty words online. We blew Russian numbers out the water. Yeah, I've heard about that. If you think that Putin is a bastard, try living in a country or an area where they get away with it. Thought I saw an AR on your wall. There is an AR on the wall, but that's not a built one. That's just a factory build. I like the SIG 229. Yeah, they're fun. Best first 22 long rifle for home defense. No monies at the moment. We'll get larger caliber later. That's the funny thing, though. 22 long rifles. I mean, you're better off getting a shotgun than a 22 long rifle because cheap 22 long rifles are typically bolt or lever guns. Not even lever guns, but bolt guns, and your speed is going to suck. Hey, Christina Beck, can you show me the 19 on the wall between the Glocks? 1911 on the wall between the Glock? The Glocks are over here, so if you can give me some specification on which 1911 you're speaking of. Technically, and I'm not trying to be pedantic, I'm just letting you know, the only 1911 on my wall right now is the Springfield Operator. Is that the one you're talking about? Yeah, Mouse, they didn't ask me to pick it up. They just asked me to show it, so. What do I think about the Benelli M4? You're going to get it tomorrow. Money, no object. It's a great gun. I don't personally shoot enough shotgun and tell the difference between like an Orthos and a Benelli, so I'll take my Ruger 1022 over a shotgun any day. Okay. The full black one, the black one, the black one. Well, thank you for another donation. You didn't have to do that. Let me pick you up since you did donate. How do you rate Springfield 1911s? They're fine, man. I don't recommend any GI style because I hate their front sights. Here, I'll go over the 1911 style guns that are on the wall. This one is the T. I'm going to go through them all, Christina, so just hang out for a second. Frack, thank you for the donation, brother. This is the TSOS Night Stalker double stack, chambered to 9mm. Runs good, has a custom trigger, custom stippling. My buddy Greg did all of that. That's the TSOS TSOS BR9 double stack duty. It's their new Gen 2 with the comped barrel. Not comped, but the bull barrel. That is the Rock Island 5.0. It's not a 1911. It's more CZ based. That is the Springfield Operator 1911 single stack with the rail. That is a Gerson Match X 2011 style gun. That is the Rock Island 1911 high capacity 9mm double stack. And the Para Ordnance 1345. So that's a double stack, but a little bit shorter than a standard one. So those are all the 1911s and 2011s up there. What sidearm do you think police should add to their carry while on duty? There are a lot of departments that allow police officers to carry like 2011s and CZs and all that stuff. I guess they need drop safeties nowadays because, you know, you people on the internet keep on thinking that every gun goes off when it just lightly touches a desk. What's your opinion on a good weapon to have on the go? Always, because right now I have a Sig Sauer. Whatever you're comfortable with, Edward. Are you proficient with the Sig Sauer? If you shoot your Sig Sauer well and you can defend yourself with it, then that's perfectly good, man. My thoughts on the Logout Alien, is it really worth the money? No, hell no. Fuck no. It's a fun gun, but it's not a gun you want to shoot a ton of because it gets super hot. The action on it makes the trigger not as good as people think. It's a good trigger, but it's a remote trigger, kind of like a bullpup. And it's too goddamn expensive. Thoughts on the DWX? I love the gun. I hate my version that I have now. I had an original 2022 gun. It was literally 220222. My serial number was. That gun was great, had a lot of wear on the barrel, which I had polished out. This is a 2025 optics cut version up there. Holy shit, the quality on the finish is terrible. It got scratched just sitting in a holster. So I love the way the gun shoots. It's amazing. It's fast. I love the gun overall. And someday I'm going to do the hot bluing to that one and make it super high polished. But for right now, as a shooter, it's awesome. As a $2,000 wall piece, did you test fire the DY9 yet? No, because I don't own that. The store does. I'm not willing to buy it just to shoot it. Is the Cyclops Derringer a good gun? 4570 single shot, small. Think about that. You guys been wondering why they never seen you do a despot. Because I'm not stupid. Just bought my first 44 Magnum today. Thoughts on the Smith & Wesson Model 69 Combat Magnum? Never messed with one. Sounds like you got a big one though. Been carrying at 1 o'clock using a slim tuck with my suit. Nice. I think the CSX and the E-Series are all problematic and they don't offer a rail. A lot of them are like that. Are you going to get your buddy to refinish the DWX? No, if I decide to redo the DWX, and if I decide to do the DWX, I'm going to wait until I'm done shooting it. Like, it's going to go into my private safe collection. It's going to get completely stripped down, and I'm going to have Taylors and Company do the hot bluing. They're the ones that did the hot bluing on the Gerson. What's the last handgun you had failed to feed or failed to eject more than a couple times? The last gun I had a lot of issues with was probably... most. I've had a lot of guns get one here and there. I don't have an answer. Good night. Have a good one. Hey, CW, thank you. What do you think about the Prodigy? It's fine. Needs a lot of work. Too many min parts. What you go to, Ear Pro, over the ear, or earplugs? I prefer in-ear plugs just because I don't like wearing the big ears. But I will wear the over ears if I'm firing like a 308, 338, things like that. I'm sorry. I'm sure you get this all the time, so I'm sorry in advance. David, don't be sorry about that. What's my everyday carry? 1911 full size. Red and 92F jams. They can. What's your go-to gun? 1911. You love Draco. Sorry to hear that. I get that some people don't want lights on their guns, and that's fine for those of us that do. The lack of rail is a huge deal breaker. Rail isn't a deal breaker. So, yeah, the DWX Compact doesn't have one either. It's stupid. Went full FUD. Now I have an M14 with USGI parts. Nice. You should check out Vanish holsters. Nice. What do you think about the Springfield XD9? It's fine. It's nothing fancy. They're cheap. They run. Susie, you've been shooting since I was in middle school. I think I'm 35 now. You think you're 35 now? You don't know how old you are? I know you're married. Do you need to ask your wife, Mr. Mouse? Hey, Mrs. Mouse, how old is Mr. Mouse? Do I own a USP? Nope, not anymore. Hey, you're still going strong. I usually go about 3 hours, bud. What are the chances of, 1, there being World War III, 2, being fought on American soil? Won't be fought on American soil. There will be a World War III. I just don't know if it'll be within the next 20 years. I feel comfortable with, and since I'm like 5'4", the kickback not bad, but I've had my eye on some 1911. 1911s have a kick, but it's not as sharp as some other guns. There are a lot of small 380s that have a sharper recoil impulse than a 1911. If I was to build a 43X, what frame would you pick other than the factory frame? I wouldn't, because you would never catch me building a 43X. I'm 6'4" and I hate small guns. For anyone looking for an M14, I recommend James River Armory. Okay. Hey, I just remembered you might not recognize me because I changed my name. I used to be Cherokee Gunslinger. No problem, dude. Will you teach me how to make a gun? Nope. Favorite knife brand? Don't really have one. I get stabby-stabbied all the time with knives. Crino, what's up? You ordered an AR-15 and the dude said I have to wait for my background check to clear. Yes, are you under 21? In 2023, the United States government added a proviso after the school shooting in Uvalde and shit. Yes, it was that long ago. People under the age of 21 are subject to an enhanced background check nowadays. Obey my commands! 1911 with a full guide rod and a good spring isn't bad. It's very manageable. The guide rod isn't as important as people think either. Uh-oh, Glowy's in chat. Nice. Have I ever shot or owned a 5906 or a 457? I've actually owned the 5906 very recently, this year, in fact, and sold it. I need to get another one. Is there a right number of magazines one should have for each pistol? 4 to 5 is my opinion. I hope Stone is okay. I'm sure he is. Somebody sent me a message, so hold on a second. So you don't think we're going to have a shit hits the fan moment in America? It would take a lot, dude. We've had a lot of people try. What got you into smithing? What's your opinion on gun laws in California? Well, gun law is a misnomer. You just have terrible gun rights, gun legislation. Gun laws only protect criminals, so I wouldn't call them that. And smithing, I don't really smith. I have armory certificates from Glock, Smith & Wesson in Springfield, but I just work on my own stuff, man. What's the best handgun for a beginner? Whatever you're comfortable with, dude. It sounds like a cop-out, but it's 100% true. Go to a gun range that rents guns, spend 15 to 20 bucks for an hour with a gun. See what fits, man. Go to a gun store, pick up guns. In terms of reliability, Glock, Smith & Wesson M&P, Canic, FN, they're all pretty damn reliable. He said 3 weeks. I told him to return it. Yeah, no, that's crazy. Well, it can be up to 3 weeks. And here's the worst part, dude. Depending on the state you live in, it doesn't matter. Every time you fill out a background check, if you're under 21, you're subject to that background check. It's automatic, dude. It doesn't matter how many times you do it. I don't know much about guns. Susie Joe knows more than I do. He's a wealth of knowledge and learned scholar when it comes to firearms. I'm a road scholar, as in I've been road wet, hard, put away dry. Anyway, sorry, brother, for asking since the SIG is my very first. Now I've been wanting to buy a few more, but I just feel like I only need one. Then, if you only need one, you only need one, man. I can't really tell you. Best 1911 mags, Wilson Combat. Thoughts on a Kel-Tec? You bought a Kel-Tec 22 for under 200. I think it's the greatest thing ever bought. Came with a total of 3 pistol grips. Nice, Steven. If I sight in my scope and were to take it off and put it back on exactly the same, would you expect it to be still sighted in? Yes. If you put it on the same gun in the same spot, it should not matter. Crino, that doesn't matter where you live. That's a federal mandate. The under 21, you get automatic things on background checks, is automatically federally mandated. It has nothing to do with your state. Your state cannot bypass that section of the background check. Boom, boom, boom. You're both awesome. Thank you! I also have a good sense of humor. SIGs are perfect for beginners. Okay, do you have an AR-15? No, I don't know. Skin, really? One of the best things you can do is close your eyes, bring the gun up to where you think it's level or you like to be shooting, then open your eyes. If it's pointing too high or too low, it might not be right. Stealing my own goddamn lines. Keep in mind 2 or more pistol purchases from the same FFL within 5 business days, automatic report. Nope, not true. Not true. If you buy more than, if you do more than one transaction in a 5 business day period, then you have to do a multiple handgun form. I own an FFL, so don't argue with me. Depending on your state, you can get some people asking questions, but here in the state of Virginia, I once bought 17 guns in one fucking day, and I've never been called. I've bought multiple handguns on multiple days in 1 week, and I've never had an issue. So no, there is not a call into the ATF. There is simply a multiple handgun form that must be filled out. So don't pass out bad information, son. Now in your state that might be a case, but that's not every state. So don't throw out stuff that's not right. Jiminy, I'm in Florida. I haven't heard of this. We also recently removed all additional restrictions on firearms for people under 15, under 21 and above the age of 18. So go and watch somebody that's under the age of 21 try to buy a rifle. How often do you clean your firearms? Every time I go to the range. That form is not sent to the ATF. That form is sent to the state police. Again, I own a fucking gun store. Stop trying to tell me what the rules are. Literally no fucking transaction goes to the ATF. The 4473, the federal form that you're speaking of, is held in my store. The government gets shit. The state knows that you bought guns, but literally no fucking document in my store goes to the government or to the ATF. There's no fucking registration. Stop spreading bad information. You're part of the problem because you're spreading bad information. In fact, fuck off, because you're not the kind of person we want in my 2A community. What about 5 guns in a couple months? It doesn't matter. No, that's a complete fallacy that you're hearing. There are laws per state, so some states can tell people, but there is nothing a sheriff can do. There is no fucking registration in the United States for firearms. If you live in a state where you have to have a license for each firearm you own, that's different. But in general, that is not what happens. A sheriff can't do shit. A sheriff cannot come to your house and look at your guns. A sheriff cannot just show up and ask to see your firearms. The ATF can only show up if they have a fucking warrant. And if they have a warrant, they can only look at things that are specifically listed in a warrant. So I have over 200 guns, but if they want to see my suppressor, the only thing I am legally required to show the ATF is that fucking suppressor. No, 4473s are 20 years, but if you decide not to keep them, you can send them into the ATF for storage, which I would never do. What do you know? You only own the fucking store. Yeah, right? It's usually only handguns that get flagged if it's more than one in a 30-day period for regular people, an exception to CCW holders. No, again, wrong, pen. If you live in a state, the state of Virginia, if you do not have a CCW, you are restricted to one handgun a month. You don't get to buy another one and then the paperwork gets flagged. You get denied without that CCW. So you can ask a question and we will correct you or give you the proper information. I own a gun store. I dealt with the FFL and the ATF to get that license. I understand the laws because I'm required to. If I fuck up, it's a $250,000 fine per transaction. So trust me, I know the fucking law. It's not an ND if it's holsters. There's no finger in the trigger. Well, ND means negligent discharge if the gun was discharged due to the negligence of the operator. Buster, what they've started calling those are uncommanded discharges because they don't want to call them accidental either. Am I a lawyer? No, but I own a gun store. If you're asking about ATF questions, guess what? I've had to stay up on fucking ATF knowledge. I've been selling guns for 6 years. I know the law. Yes, there are some state-specific things I might not know, but these generalized statements that you people are making that are completely incorrect because you saw it on YouTube somewhere are completely fucking wrong. Just because Jimbo in the fucking woods gives you information on buying a gun doesn't mean he's right. I could literally go to jail if I fuck up. Do you think they'll pass the bill or law getting rid of tax stamps? The only one that they're proposing getting rid of is the tax stamp for suppressors. And God, I hope so. Can cops run your serial numbers because they feel like it? No, they can only run a serial number in the process of investigating either a potential crime or if you get stopped for another reason and you have a gun on you. Cops, it's the same thing as running plates or running background checks on random civilians. Cops cannot abuse power and just run serial numbers. You can ask for a background trace on a gun or a serial number trace on a gun if you want it, but you usually have to pay for it. Mrs. Mouse took Penny to get her nails clipped. Sorry, I'm going to stop cussing now. I'm flabbergasted when somebody can just completely ignore facts and just spout what they think is true. You heard it told on YouTube. The internet must be true. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. It is a Bodyguard 2.0. Susie, you are 100% correct. And I say this a lot, and I don't normally let myself get worked up about shit like that. But literally, the first idiot started saying stupid shit, and then other people come in and trying to compound the stupid shit drives me nuts because I'm literally the guy with the license to sell guns. I'm legally allowed by the United States of America to sell firearms. You think I might know what the fuck I'm talking about versus some dude who went to Walmart to buy a shotgun? How the fuck are people arguing about you to this stuff? People are really ignorant. Yeah, arrogant and ignorant. I hope Penny is okay. I'm going to give her some lettuce when she gets back. Aw. There is no pink CZ. Is there a pink CZ? You're talking about the pink CZ. That's not pink. It's red, bro. What is your recommended pistol for a beginner? I would recommend you go and rent some guns if you're just asking for reliability. Glock, FN, Canic, M&Ps are all good. What's the pay? What's the gun above the play button? That is a copy of Bill Burr's blaster from Star Wars. It's built on a Ruger Mark IV. I never bought a gun from Walmart. Got in a high-speed chase. I threw my weapon out the window in the field, wrecked my car, but I got away. The sheriff gave me my guns back. Why didn't they lock me up? I have no idea, dude. You got lucky? Jeff, I'm the guy who went to the Walmart to buy the shotgun. Yeah, but you're not giving bad information, so how do you afford that many guns? I didn't buy them all at once, brother. How much should I pay for a Hellcat? I really don't like to give pricing because I don't know where you live, things like that. A lot of times you find them on sale for under $600 with the range pack. So, is Burst of Thunder good? Nah, they're okay. I never thought I bought a gun from Walmart either. I bought mine from Three Midgets in a trench coat. Oh, that's the best way to buy them. You might have answered already, but if the cans come off the NFA, how do you think it will affect the can availability or lag time on production? Number one, they're going to be the same availability, which is crap right now because, e-file opened back up this year, so it's been causing a shortage on suppressors as it is. Number two, even if the bill passes, it's going to be like when they had that Freedom Day in California and then all of a sudden they went back to 10 rounders. There's going to be a 6-month period during which opponents to the bill passing can appeal. So it'll tie it up for at least 6 months. And then after that, most manufacturers, they're not going to drop price, but they will increase production. People have no intellectual honesty. They can't even admit to themselves they have no idea what they're talking about. Oh, no. It's called balderdash. They just keep talking. Literally, don't give up your day job. You're busters. Yas, buster. Got a burst of 380. I love mine. They're all right. Do I have a sniper? Nope. CZP-10C, biggest pro and con. Shoots really well. Better trigger than a Glock. Con, it's not a P10F. I don't like the compact variants in anything. Freedom Day. Or I don't know if it was Freedom Day, but they had a time where you could buy high capacity magazines in California when they repealed it, and then it got overturned again. So any guns, it was back in 2019, I believe. Any mags bought during that time are part of the amnesty, and you can keep them. Does your jurisdiction, that one is a T-Sauce Night Stalker. It's actually gray, but it's the light. Does your jurisdiction require you to declare to fuzz if you have a gun in your vehicle if you're asked? In the state of Virginia, it's, if you're carrying a gun in the car and it's not obviously out in the open, then you're concealed carrying, and then you should have a concealed carry permit, and that will come up when they run your license. I would recommend that you say that. Don't just fucking blurt out, I got a gun! But when you get stopped and they walk up and they go, license and registration, please, I would recommend that you say something to the effect of, yes, sir, no problem. I will get it for you. I do have to tell you I have a concealed carry firearm, and I have a concealed carry license, and I am armed, especially if you have to reach past the gun to get your wallet or anything out of your pocket. You should put the cop at ease by letting him know that you're armed. 95% of cops will do nothing as long as you're up front with them. But if you let the cop figure out you're armed, he's going to come back to you and he's like, do you got a gun on you? And be like, yeah. And you're like, okay, well, you probably should have announced it. Why the frick do you want to make your life harder or the job of the cop harder? A cop is doing his job. If you're angry at a police officer for pulling you over for speeding, running up on a curb, running over a hobo, whatever the case may be, if you're angry that a cop pulled you over because you did something wrong, that's your fucking problem. Don't make his life harder. Don't make your life harder. My job is to always make a cop laugh when they pull me over. I once got pulled over with 14 guns in the car. The guy said, you know why I pulled you over? I said, yeah, it's because I'm black. It's my go-to response now, just to see if they laugh. Standard capacity magazines during Freedom Week. Yeah, so Florida, you don't have to tell them unless you have a CCW. And again, it all talks about how you're carrying the firearm, because here in the state of Virginia, open carry is visible from 3 sides. If it's in a car, it needs to be visible like on your dashboard, clearly on the seat, or in the back window. If it's in any way covered, if you take a freaking napkin and set it down on top of the gun because you were getting lunch and you don't have a CCW, you're technically hiding that gun. So, no, you don't have to tell them you're armed unless they ask. Of course, it's smart to. Like I said, the typical thing is put the cop at ease. You know, if you're a confrontational asshole, it doesn't matter what I say because you're a confrontational asshole and you're going to do what you're going to do anyway. Have I ever been shot at? Not with the real gun. Can you grab the camera? Nope. What the fuck is this Lamar Jackson edit bullshit and why do you guys keep doing it? Are you fucking TikTokers? Why are you here? We don't have a duty to inform. All right, I'm done. I'm done. I'm not answering another law question from another single fucking person. In VA, if you don't have a CCW, it has to be out in the open. Yes. Conceal carry license. Conceal. Open carry. Open. I'm done. I'm not answering another fucking law question tonight. I don't know why this is so fucking difficult, but I'm done. I want to have a good time. I'm done. I'm done. You just subscribe to the channel. You see I don't like Glocks. Why? They're boring. They have no innovation. They've been the exact same guns for 40 freaking years. They don't even do different finishes that are fun. You have to buy them from manufacturers like distributors. Oldest gun I own is a 1903 pocket hammerless built in 1907. What do I think about the no tax bill? I think it needs to pass. I would greatly appreciate that one. Just a genuine question. The problem is I'm answering the question and everybody keeps trying to find another way to reword the question to change it from my answer. I'm giving you the answer to the question as it was laid out. I'm also giving you other scenarios. I keep saying things to the effect of, in your state, it might be different. In the state of Virginia where I live, our rules demand this. I don't understand what I'm doing that constitute the necessity of changing the question to get to some fucking answer that you guys want that I'm not giving you. If you don't want me to answer you in my voice, don't ask me the question in your voice. If import bans got lifted, what would you stock up on to sell? See, the problem is most companies find a way to import what they want to, and I don't do milsurp. Shouldn't get mad at stupid people while they're stupid. Well, the problem is some of the people that have been asking stupid shit are not stupid. There's some of these people have been in other lives, and I know the names, and it's making me sad. I carry my high point 45. Okay. Yeah, everybody stop talking prices. The AI algorithm hates that shit. So if you guys want to discuss, there's Google. And I'm not saying that to be a dick. Just stop talking about prices. This isn't a QVC thing. Favorite guns, 1911s. All right. And then somebody puts a fucking price. All right. Drunk Mouse. Anybody that drops a price on a gun or a part that isn't me, get rid of them. I don't care. Gone. Favorite can. I only have one. I have the Silent Chico Osprey. Will YouTube really be like that? Yes. Boom, boom, boom. How much did the 1911 cost? I don't know. Yeah, I don't even care if you're fucking telling jokes. Tonight's not the night. Literally, you come in, you fuck around, you go away. How many guns do you keep in stock for the store? Do you carry multiple of the same gun? Not yet. I'm not big enough to do that, McPherson. At some point I'll want to, but right now I just have what I have in stock. What are your opinions on the Hellcat as a good EDC? Sure. Anthony, I'm not required to answer any fucking questions. Everybody's getting me fucking riled up today, so fuck it. I have an SDS 1911. It was really good for an entry level. Yep. Surprisingly, people are still listing prices. People are stupid. Your thoughts on the huge revolver? I have the 460 XVR, which is actually the exact same frame as the 500. The 500 is fun, but I really prefer the 460 because you can shoot any 45 out of it. Boom, 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 boom. Just saying goes, and you can end up buying more. Yep. You can make jokes and shit, but what immediately after I ask people not to do it, people are trying to throw in those jokes. It's too soon. Have you heard the phrase too soon? It's too fucking soon. Yeah, Chaos is a long time viewer. Chaos, literally, I'm going to give you one more chance, but if you come back and ask me about pricing again, it's going to go away. I would assume your cat would be. Have you got your hands on a Springfield Prodigy? I've had several. They're fine. The disconnectors need polishing. Sister has arthritis but wants to carry. What would be your suggestion? I would recommend a gun with a lighter trigger, but a grip safety of some sort, like a Shield EZ. They're very easy to rack, or even something with a tip-up barrel. I have 4 cans. Nice. Okay, here's a more positive question. What's the most you've ever spent on a gun? I'm trying to think, man. I honestly have not had to spend more than a couple of grand on a gun. I will not spend $5,000-$7,000 shit like that personally, just because I can't justify doing that. But I've spent in the range of a couple of grand on a bunch of different guns. Why is it a bannable offense? Because, Bob, when multiple people start talking about prices and then all of a sudden they're chatting between each other about how to buy a gun on a YouTube live, the algorithm will notice that people are talking about buying and selling firearms during a live, and it will get my channel struck. I'm not risking my channel for other people. If you have a question about certain things, that's fine. But this channel is not in existence to talk about pricing or where to buy guns. This is about what makes a good gun. Is this a good gun? What should I do with this gun? Why did I find a gun in my uncle's closet when he's a felon? Shit like that is fine. But when people come in, all right, Mouse, stop banning people for a little bit. We're past that point now. McPherson was telling somebody about something else, but yeah, McPherson, I'm triggered right now, and my instinct is literally just to end the live. So do me a favor and play within the rules I've set. Please don't interact with people when they're talking money. What's the best rifle for getting rid of a serial? Best file for getting rid of a serial number? Not possible. They can always recover it. Thinking about getting one of those 100-round drums for my AR pistol. Are they reliable? They can be, but the problem with them is loading them. They suck, dude. Feels weird having a blackout with no can. Agreed. Sorry, I was talking about the license, not the gun. Yeah, no, like I said, I'm in that mood right now, and I just physically, personally don't want to deal with it. So please don't encourage it. All right. What's your most sold gun? Currently, believe it or not, CZ products. Susie, appreciate the proactiveness. That is an okay question as long as they aren't spamming. If they're spamming, that was a good removal. M14 opinion. They're fine. I don't like long guns, but they're okay. Why is he crying? Because I saw your mom naked and realized, man, somebody wanted to fuck her that bad to make you. CZ75s. I've sold like a bunch of them because when I started the store, I used my personal collection. So... looking for, yeah, Freddie, have a nice day. Hey man, are you able to put a bigger mag than 10 rounds for a 1022 Ruger Woodstock? Yeah, you can run the BX25s or even the BX50s, man. Been here for like 5 minutes. I missed that whole conversation. It's fine, Chaos, but like I said, we're just not talking prices for a while. I don't want to. Damn, you're immature. Yeah, well, fuck you. I tell people I'm in a bad mood and you fucking try to trigger me. Good job. You did it. Now fuck off. Your thoughts on the CR920 War Poet. Jim Lovell had very little to do with the creation of that firearm. He just got paid for every one that got sold. He had less to do with the War Poet guns than Terran did with the TTIs. So, yeah, they're overpriced. Everyone except the Foundation Series. If you buy a Foundation Series CR or MR920, They're pretty good, but they're very expensive. Still, they're over $700 for a lot of them. Thoughts on the Ruger P89? I haven't had one in a while, so I like the one I had. Mine was customized. What some of the most reliable pistols for an EDC? Glocks, Smith & Wesson M&Ps, Canics, FNs. If you're a John Branding man, basically less than 30% of any given design. So he developed the individual parts. So yeah, I agree. The high power was finished by his assistant. How accurate are you with the 1911 50 yards away? I'm pretty fucking accurate. 1911 is very easy to shoot. Are silencers legal in Virginia? Yes. How was your trip the other day? It was a 10-hour turn and burn for no real gain. The Blue Ridge Knives place, they have a room for displays and stuff, but it was empty when I was there. It's scary to know these trolling can't find. Yeah, well, most of the people trolling don't own guns. They're too young, or they're just trying to do it. What's the best trigger for a Smith & Wesson 40 cal? Which model, dude? Some companies only make them for like the M&P or the SD9. What's up with switches? They're illegal and they're a waste of money, dude. Have you ever fired a machine pistol? They suck. They're hard to control. They're not accurate, so you need a brace. So you got to double break claws just to shoot one. Have I seen the new SIG 2011? I have not. I'll probably wind up getting one from SIG when I send back their other 1911 because I am not keeping it. I don't understand why people are so fucking stupid, but I'm done explaining myself. If you get removed, fucking deal with it. Thoughts on PSA dagger? PSA are fine. They need better quality control. That's their biggest problem. The guns themselves are fine. What pistol comes with the best trigger? 1911s. Braces are illegal now. Not if you put them on a pistol, they're not. Braces are fine. I meant stock. Excuse me. Apologies. I meant a stock. Have you ever had a scar? I got lots of scars. That's why I got tattoos. Honestly, pistol braces are kind of done at that point. Make a full stock, make it an SBR. Yep, I got to get to know somebody who's a deadeye with a pistol. It's not that hard. I love the don't give a shit attitude. Oh, nothing. Dude, I got triggered a little bit ago, and I'm still just coming down from it. The FN scar. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yes, I've had the FN scar before. You should stick the ammo you use to 0 unless you know how to read and adjust to a ballistic chart or a VC. The round you are watching to switch to. Yep. Damn, you got hella guns. How much you spent? I have no idea. I don't calculate how much money I've spent. How did you like the TriStar? Are we talking about the T120 or whatever that was, the Tanfolio clone? It was fine. Did you see Bushmash put the ACR on their website for like maybe a day? Yeah, they were going to bring it back and do all kinds of crazy stuff. I don't really get into the rumors on Glock because the last time there were rumors, they came out with the Glock 44 and totally let us down. What's the best trap shooting gun? No idea. I've never been trap shooting. Maybe somebody here in the comments can tell you. Well, what gun do you recommend to? Not much, but I will do this for you. I'll make sure that you get reported to YouTube for suicide or self-injury, so you'll get a contact. What's the best beginner gun? Really want to shoot a good gun, and I'm going to begin soon. I can tell you what's reliable. I can't tell you what you're going to shoot comfortably. Get a Glock, a Smith & Wesson M&P, a Canic, or an FN, or a Walther. They're all very good shooting guns. I can't tell you which one's going to be better for you. You need to try them all. It's a good reason to shoot a bunch of guns, too. Any recommendations for companies that sell aftermarket for Shield plus 9mm? In terms of like triggers, Apex, or I think G-Flex makes one now. Other than that, I don't know what other parts you're looking for. So I'm only going to go to 11. That'll be 2.5 hours. I am much too angry to be as civil as I should be. Bro, you're strapped. Yeah. How are the Canic triggers compared to a 1912? They don't compare to a 1911. They are very good for a striker fire trigger, but nothing compares to a 1911 trigger because the 1911 trigger literally pushes on one piece of metal, the rear spring, and then interacts with the disconnector and the sear of the gun, actually the sear, and it's a pure feel. It doesn't have to hinge. It doesn't have to flex. It doesn't have a trigger safety in it. It's the most pure feel that you can get. Unless you get a Series 80 and then you have a drop safety, but even those are still better. Thoughts on a Maverick 88 as a shit hits the fan weapon? It's actually a very usable one. It passed TFBT's TV's, I'm so angry I can't speak, TFB TV's burn down test. My wife complains I buy too many guns. Should I buy more? Yep, or you should find a different wife. It sounds like you did one thing wrong there. Susie says, doing well considering. Oh, it's a struggle right now, Susie. Sorry the chat's toxic. It is what it is. Isn't that what makes it go off randomly? No. That is not what makes a gun go off randomly. What are your thoughts on how hard it is to have a gun in your stowed luggage on a plane? I find it hard. I fly to hunt sometimes. Traveling with my rifles is a pain. It's very difficult because other people have screwed it all up for us, McPherson. The bad people ruin it for the good people. So it's not that the airlines and the FAA and TSA are making it difficult. It's the assholes who break the law that make it difficult. So it sucks, but also, why do you need the gun in your, why do you need it in the cabin with you? Why do you have like 27 guns? Oh, I got way more than that, son. Not getting into why I'm mad. I'm fine. I'll be all right better. It's cool, man. Shot my first AR-15, was worried, and I love it. Oh, yeah. AR-15s are great to shoot. Very little kick, very little recoil. It's a 22 caliber bullet. Yeah, it's flying at nearly 3,000 feet per second, but they're easy to shoot. RIP rounds and the Liberty civil unrest fragmentating rounds. My thoughts. They're fun to shoot. They're fun to shoot through ballistics gel, but if you get caught using them in a self-defense situation, be ready to defend your choice. Because if it wasn't a perfectly legitimate shooting, if there's even a hint of a question, that attorney general is going to demand that the prosecutor goes after you with everything they can, including the fact that you use a round that stands for rest in peace. Yes, I know it stands for radically invasive projectile, but there's a picture of a skull on the box and it says RIP with dots in it, and the colloquial use of that 3 letters is rest in peace. So just if someone tries to fight on the plane, just beat the shit out of them, man. Meant the luggage. Oh, well, that's also just because people are fucking stupid. And same problem, McPherson. Too many people are smuggling shit. How many total? No idea. It's a lot. Yes, really, Dodge. Susie says, go figure. Man, you got #1 status. You are the #1 commenter right now. Do you think 511 Tactical is good for plate carriers? Never tried their plate carriers. I'm not a plate carrier guy. I'm sure it's fine. What should I put on my threaded 5.56 bolt action? Well, if you're asking what should go on the threads, it should be a suppressor of some sort. You don't need a muzzle brake for 5.56 unless you're trying to make it louder. Oh, yeah, it does. So save them for zombies, huh? Yeah. Zombies or your house gun. You can have stuff like that in the house, but if you're out in public with a round like that, that's when you could have the problems. Beat the shite out of them. Now you're talking. Absolutely. Hey, Joe, how are you today? How's business treating you? It's all right. I'm in that dull phase right now where I have to wait through to the end of next month before I can qualify for a good bank loan so I can expand the business. And it's boring as shit because I can't buy anything right now. I'm literally, well, I bought guns today from people, but I can't buy a lot of stuff I want for my store because I have to wait for another month to get the loans. It's just shitty. But I'll get through. It's one of those things, it's like I live in a shit apartment because I'm saving up to buy land and build a house. I'll do what I have to get things done. My 5.56 is annoyingly loud. So I've got a custom brake on mine. It sounds like a freaking 50 cal. So the PSA has a Rock Island Tac Ultra full size. If you're looking for one of those, Michael, get a hold of me because I have a distributor that has the optics cut ones for cheaper than PSA does. What if you have an illegal gun but you keep it at home for protection? If you use a gun for home protection and the police show up, they're going to check the serial numbers on that gun, and if it's illegal, you are going to face problems because you had a gun that was illegal, especially if you wind up killing somebody invading in your home and that gun winds up being illegal. Even though you did the right thing protecting your home and your family and your life and your possessions, you could still get in a lot of trouble for owning a gun that's illegal to have. Miss the days when you can open a big can of whoop ass. I remember back in the day where dudes would carry guns, but they would still just get into fist fights because they knew that guns were not the answer for stupid shit. If you're going to get into stupid shit, just get the shit kicked out of you. Is your store online? I have an online presence. It doesn't have all my guns, and I'm working with Gearfire to get set up. As soon as I get it set up with Gearfire, then I'll be able to process online payments and have access to every gun. So I'm getting set up next week for that. All things in moderation. Yeah, that's why I said it doesn't matter much for handguns. It matters more for rifles because they both chrono. It doesn't mean they're because they're the same at 50 yards. That makes sense. Do you want to know something really cool in my opinion? You can try something. I want a suppressor for my 5.56. What's a good one? Silence Cole 336 Dead Air Mask. Would just get in trouble. You wouldn't just get in trouble for the illegal gun. The illegal gun would start the process of you getting investigated. So I'll still fight before having to shoot anybody. Exactly, man. Here's the other thing. Real convicts, real career gangsters, criminals, the real ones, not the oh, why are you arresting me? You're a bitch. I'm just traveling fuckers. None of those people. They don't understand it. But a real G, like a real dude that's done real time and has paid his price because he knows what he did was wrong, they're the ones that understand the rules. You don't kill somebody just because they pissed you off. You beat the shit out of them, you teach them a lesson, and then they learn not to do it again. You kill somebody, you get in trouble, and they're dead. What are they learning? So, do I hunt? And if you hunt, what round do you use? I don't hunt, but if I did, I'd probably be like in a tree stand or in a blind, so I'd be using like a 30-30 because I'm not going out much past 100 yards anyways. People should know. What's the shortest, most effective 308? For a while, Freedom Ordnance used to make a 7.5-inch 308. It was insane. How's your eyesight? I had LASIK done. My eyesight is fine far away. It sucks up close. If you're talking about the lazy eye, that's because I'm tired and in pain. Here in Ohio, we have a rule divide from case law where if you shoot somebody in self-defense and it's found you are breaking the law at the time, they can't prosecute you for it. That's interesting. What do you think about people who do Second Amendment audience? I think the ones that do it for clout on YouTube are a bunch of turds. And no offense, if you do it to actually audit the two-way, that's fine. But the people that purposely stir up shit to put the police on the defensive, that's not an audit. That is, I'm trying to think of the right word. You're pushing it in order to put them on the defensive. That's not how you audit their knowledge. Somebody filming themselves asking a cop direct questions to get an answer, that's one thing. But actually starting an event just to get them triggered, that's just for clicks. Dracos are some of the dumbest firearms. Yep, I agree. The violation of law has to have been provoked to the violent connotation for it to have a bearing against you legally. Interesting to know. I have never been shot with a gun. I've been stabbed and I've been shot with air guns. What do I think about mini Dracos? Mini Dracos are stupid. Why would you take a gun that shoots 7.62 by 39, remove the stock and the brace, and make you hold it like a pistol? It's absolutely stupid. The only reason to have something like that is because you think you're cool. You have barely any guns. Oh, yeah. You're right, Ryan. A dude in Cleveland smoked a dude who dragged him out of a bar and was beating him against the concrete. Dude was a convicted felon, but all charges were dropped. It's crazy. You should go home and chill. I am home. My wife doesn't want me to carry a gun. I was thinking about a pepper ball gun. Yeah, I mean, she needs to train with it. That's the only thing I'll tell you. She's going to have to train with it. Because if she has it, that's not enough defense. She'll need to be able to pull it out and use it. How bad is SS-190 over penetration from a pistol? Depends on what the target is. If they're in a building, less of a chance of it going through the wall, but you're going to probably go through the person 90% of the time. Right, just get it cranked. Yeah, get something with a brace or a pistol or a stock, man. You're a nutcase if you force police, any law enforcement, even if you're going into a government building to force them to do that stuff. And here's the worst part. All the people that find it funny when people go in and instigate, that's it. When they instigate an issue with a police officer, law enforcement agent, a government agent, anybody like that, just for the sake of getting on YouTube, guess what? Many of these agencies already know that shit's going to happen, so they're already on edge. It never goes well. I end up on a lot of calls. The guy's house has ammo. We have to kind of let it burn because they don't have a gun safe and they get hot and go off. Yeah, I've seen that. Also, it sucks when you have to crack open a dude's safe. What's your lowest caliber? I mean, I've got a 25 Colt Junior. It's probably a weak-ass caliber. I have some guns that'll shoot 22 short. 22 short is like a high-powered air rifle round. Favorite 9mm, Federal HST and Hornady Critical Duty Critical Defense. Who uses 9mm for precision shooting? For pistol, I do. What city are you from? I'm an Army brat, but I live in Winchester. Imagine being in Canada where almost all guns are outlawed. No, thanks. I'm good. I live in America. I don't have to imagine. That's one of the best parts about living here. What are some good guns you can conceal while working construction? That's a varied question depending on who you are. I can conceal carry a 1911, especially if you're wearing a vest or a hoodie. Is 22 better than 25? Believe it or not, in a lot of cases, yeah, because 25 technology really hasn't been updated. You can get like 22 punch or 22 stingers, and they'll over-penetrate at 25 for sure. I don't know a ton on guns. What's a rifle on top of your rack straight behind you? This one is an AR-15 from Diamondback. Doesn't precision shooting apply to shooting at longer ranges and what a handguns offer? Not really. Precision, I mean, the definition of precision doesn't mean distance. It means accuracy. It's been kind of overtaken, though. I guess I can understand where you're coming from. But when they're talking about long gun shooting, it's PRS, precision rifle shooting, not precision shooting. Precision shooting is an action. Precision rifle shooting would be the more accurate term when you're talking about that. What's the best pistol caliber? 500 Smith & Wesson. 25 may be more reliable, but it's still weak, man. Not sure if anybody asked this. What's your favorite rifle round? I don't really have a favorite any round. Handgun, rifle, doesn't really matter. I like guns, so whatever's available in a gun. All things in moderation, dude. You're the only person here talking about 9mm. I said because it matters for rifle rounds. Is 10mm ammo scarce? No. Your gun store might not be carrying it, but it's very available. In the last 4 years, like every manufacturer has come out with the new 10mm. I wouldn't want to be shot with anything. 500 is elephants. 500 Smith & Wesson will not take down an elephant unless you shoot it really well. Off topic, my girlfriend and I are going to the Renaissance tomorrow. My ex's makeshift cover feels like a porcupine stabbing me from all zip ties on it. Sorry to hear that. Hold the thing. What about a G20 with the threaded barrel for concealed carry? If you can do it, man, concealed carry is how well you're capable of concealing it. Again, I carry a full-size 5-inch government 1911 with the full grip and everything, and you don't know I'm carrying, so. Have I ever shot a 50? Yes. Tell me about Glock 19s. That's what Google's for, my friend. What do you want to know, though? It's a striker-fired, most common handgun, shoots the most common cartridge. It's the most boring gun ever made. It's fine. How many 45 ACPs do you have? A lot. Winchester is only a few miles away from me. Which street do I rub? 1600 Pennsylvania. There's a white house. It's got a fence, but you can climb it easy. What's the most comfortable pistol to hold? That's a personal decision, Rooney. Let's see. Have you got a spud gun? No, I would actually like one. What's the best way to carry? Again, Josh, that's going to depend on you, man. If you're a Gravy SEAL, a KFC champion, If you're a big dude, you're not going to carry appendix. You're going to carry it like the 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. I'm a larger guy. I've kind of a Vince Vaughn kind of build. If you look at the post, you can see me when I put 8 pistols in my fucking pants. I'm not fat by any means, but I don't like carrying appendix because I have a very long torso. So I carry at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock, and a lot of times I'll carry in my pocket. I'm new to 2A. I got an EDC. I'm still nervous about carrying it, worried I'm printing. Use a mirror, dude. Look around. Here's the other thing. If you don't fidget with it, 90% of people are so oblivious to the world, they won't even notice. The only people that will notice are people that will notice if you're sitting there fidgeting with it, touching it, moving your shirt around a lot. Those are the times when you'll get noticed. So, also practice like doing things while you're concealed carrying. So if you're going to conceal carrying wearing a hoodie, practice reaching up to shelves to see how high your shirt goes, to see if it's going to show the gun, things like that. Have you ever seen a rocket pistol? Only on YouTube. I've never actually fired the gyrojet. That's cool. Have you shot a 9mm rifle? By Henry? No, I've been wanting to shoot the Homesteader. 20 stone of pure muscle at Vince. I'm 240 pounds. Is that 20 stone? I float between 230 and 240. Right now I'm on the heavier side because I ate a lot of fucking junk food on Tuesday. That's 280 pounds. Come on now. Goose! Thank you for being alive, bro. $16 stone. Thank you. Do you need a holster? Can you just use your waistband with a round in the chamber? You should always have a holster. You want as much protection against a accidental or negligent discharge. Carrying without a holster will create a negligent discharge, and then you're just asking for it. You're putting the gun in a situation where, you know, maybe your penis is so small that it sticks straight out, and then you're in your band, and then doink. I print most when the wind blows against me. Do I have an M1911? Nope. No soda pop. I don't drink soda. I don't eat bread. My weight fluctuates because I eat a lot of meat and I don't poop. If you want me to tell you the truth. I agree America is a great place compared to Canada. There's a lot of restrictions. Yeah, Goose, thank you for stopping in and saying you're alive, bro. I just get worried when somebody doesn't pop in for a long time. You have any German handguns? Or are you a normie soy boy? Which German ones are you referring to? I've got HKs, I've got Walters, I've got things. What is your right arm tattoo? It's just a series of different things, just different circuits and hexes and different geometric shapes. I kind of went with the technology style vibe. Darwin takes care of those guys. Unfortunately, not as often as one would think. They tend to be the ones that live for some reason. It's always an innocent victim that gets hit. Sig Fuse versus Echelon. I mean, Ocho, that's two different styles of gun. The Fuse is just a large compact gun. The Echelon is a real full-size gun. I would take the Echelon over the Fuse. Rock Island 5.0, right up there on the wall, dude. Can I see the FN57? I don't have one. Isn't HK Austrian? No. Glock is Austrian. Is that a Glock tattoo? Yes, I got it on a bet with my audience. So, God, it's over a year now, isn't it? Dude, we thought you were dead. I got this tattoo because a bunch of people in chat said I wouldn't. I set a price and people met it. Yes, Carson, I see you. What is going on, dude? Have you shot the T-Sauce PX9 Night Stalker? I have not. I've shot the regular PX9. The Night Stalker is pretty cool looking. I will see one at some point. What's your favorite subcompact? I don't really like them, so I don't have a favorite one. Sorry. What's your most common pistol caliber? For my guns, probably 9, just because I'm shooting a lot right now. What's the most expensive gun you own? Just curious. It varies, man. It all depends on what your metric for expensive is. That what I paid for it. There's a lot of guns that I paid the exact same for on the higher end. In terms of guns value, my custom AR is probably one of my more expensive guns, and my STI Grandmaster. We're going to see 28 years. Does that have Killian Murphy? Felt really level 2. Why don't you like subcompact? Because I'm 6'4". I hate subcompacts. They're too small. So I started in guns at the age of 38. So I'm not a guy that liked guns my whole life. I'm not a fan of rifles. I'm not a fan of compact guns. I like full-size handguns. They feel comfortable. They shoot well. I get rid of a lot of 22s because they don't have enough kick for me. It's just kind of the way it is. My eye is lazy because I'm in a lot of pain and tired. If I don't focus it and concentrate on keeping it straight ahead, it does what it wants. I'm sorry if that bugs you. Feel free to swipe away, bro. Miss said it doesn't have that actor. God dang it. You missed Goose, Stone. I have a Golden Desert Eagle 50 cal. I paid $3,000 for it. Jesus, that's a lot, G. Stone, we were worried an angry customer locked you in their safe. Ha! My man needs a big gun for his mitts. That's why he only shoots full size. So, dude, this is an industrial work fan for a shop in the middle of a garage, and that's my hand. So, I'm a giant. How are your chinchillas doing? Oh shoot, I thought it was a filter. Yeah, okay. Oh, so you're a liar. Got it. What's the pistol 2 above the Dan Wesson DWX? Springfield Echelon in a Sharps Brothers chassis. Kel-Tec PR57 or Kel-Tec 15? I have not messed with the PR57, and that shoots 5.7. The P15 shoots 9mm, so I can't really compare them. Opinions on the Vishka. It's gotten a lot better. It's still not the best AAK you could have gotten. I would have gotten a Z-Pep. Am I a serial number guy? Low numbers, goofy numbers? I don't specifically hunt. I did have a DWX with one of the best numbers. It was X220222 because it was a very early gun. That was cool, but I don't really go hunting. One of the chinchillas has an eye infection. Oh no! What's the most sold micro compact guns? SIG's P365, Springfield Hellcat. Believe it or not, the Taurus GX4 because it's just cheaper. A lot of them. Tell me more about the RIA. I just got it in today. I've only spent a little bit of time with it. It has a very interesting recoil system. The takedown is a little bit stupid, but the gun is really cool. Did the plate? Yeah, you can see it's got the Burris fast fire on it now. Deadliest AR caliber in your opinion? It's more the shooter than the gun. It sounds fine. XC. I'm not doing pricing tonight though, man. Thoughts on a 22-250? Never shot one. Honestly, I haven't. I don't shoot many rifles. I was going to bring my buddy Sam onto the channel as my rifle guy, but he got his ass banned from my buddy's fucking range because he's a smartass. Yeah, Gopher, if you're watching this, you're a smartass. How's the GX4? It's fine. It definitely feels more recoily than even the Hellcat, but it shoots fine. What do I like more, the 365 or the Hellcat? I don't like either, man. I don't like either. They're too expensive. Do you know of any 8Ks and 5.56 that take AR mags? Can't say I do. Anyone else audio cutting in and out, or is it just mine? Jim sounds like he's talking out of an old tube. Anyone else audio cutting in and out, or is it just mine? Jim sounds. I got a little bit of stuff going on, but it's probably both of us. Got the Han Solo gun back. Yeah, my buddy decided to put it up for sale, so it's going up on the website this weekend. It's a great answer to a specific question. In your opinion, what is the best company for AK ammo? I can't really say there is a good one. Tula used to be awesome, but they're not allowed here anymore. A SEAL could turn a Turkish shotgun into a Benelli, while an untrained shooter would use them both the same. My audio has some crackling. Then it's the YouTube server, not sorry. What's the base of the Han Solo gun? It's a Ruger Mark IV Target bull barrel pistol. Yeah, if you can find the old sardine cans full of 7.62, you can make some money doing that. I've made a lot of money selling those in the past. Uh, you can't pick up guns on live stream, so I'm going to answer with no. Have a wonderful night. Thank you for keeping us company, being so generous with your time. Redhead dude, I appreciate you coming in. Sorry I went off the rails a little bit at people, but I don't understand why some people can't understand when somebody says something. I used to watch movies and TV shows where you're watching the antagonist just being a dipshit for an hour, and you're like, how can somebody be that stupid? And then I started doing live streams. If they have a sardine in them, that's going to ruin the ammo. If you had to choose one gun, hey Jake, guess what? You just got reported for suicide or self-injury. Congratulations. YouTube loves when you go on live streams and you be a dick. Conquest is talking about themselves in the fourth person, so if everybody can give an answer as to why he has guns as a disabled man, I think we should all explain to him that he doesn't understand what a disability is, so, yeah. Ever shoot the G-Force? I have not. It's the best gun to use for accuracy. It's the shooter, not the gun. 90% of guns will outshoot the person holding it. I don't know. Report every single one of you. You think your account doesn't get flagged every time you get reported for doing shit? See what happens. I'm going to make some chicken tenders and rice. Nice. You got a girlfriend? Awesome. Is Prodigy a good start? It's a fair start. They've corrected a lot of the issues they used to have. One of the weird things is the fact that they use Duramag and not Checkmate, so they're a proprietary mag almost, although Staccato mags will work in a Prodigy. They use a lot of metal injected molded parts that can cause some hiccups when the guns are running, so... Yeah, the mic is crackling. That's fine. I'm probably going to end the live stream in a minute anyways. So. Hey, man, I hope you have a good night. Yep, horses, you have a good one, too. SIG 320s have been safe since 2021. It's only the fact that the internet decided to trudge it up and then bitch about it, and then the fact that SIG handled it so poorly. Guns built after 2021 do not have the same issue. Do I know anything about dropping triggers or replacing some mil-spec ones? I don't know much about them, but I know they're pretty damn easy. What are your thoughts on force reset triggers? Waste a lot of ammo, but if you like them, go for it. Replace all the MIM parts with PLA parts. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't listen to Mouse. He might be a mod, but he's just making a joke. Do I have anything with key mod slots on it? Personally, yes. For fun, yeah. P320s are unsafe. This is known to this day. I'm not going into it all. Have a good night. Try to forget about the haters. I will. Do I have an Asian girlfriend? Negative. Sorry if there was a zombie apocalypse. What gun would you use? Whatever guns I have with me, man. My whole goddamn arsenal. Can you put a force reset trigger in a pistol? Yes, you can. Ideal length for a 410 shotgun. I have 26-inch now, but want to get better spread. Do they make 410s with chokes? I mean, maybe get something with the choke that can help you modify the spread. Puts a pistol on your wall with the scope. Also pros and cons to the Desert Eagle. Cons, it's heavy, it's expensive, it's not super reliable. Pros, it's badass. I'm not denying that they're going off, but what you're not taking into account is the fact that, number one, guns built after 2021 all have the new internal drop safety changed, as well as the trigger bar is different, so they are not the ones being involved in these shootings. Number two, Leos and specifically police forces modify their guns. Their gunsmiths do whatever they have to make sure they function. So I do not trust a police department gun that goes off on its own, because 90% of those have been touched by one gunsmith handling an entire department's fucking guns, and they've cut corners in some way. I want to see a detailed autopsy of every gun that's had an uncommanded discharge to see what exactly was either bent, changed out, or not original to the gun. Also, it only affects guns with the base curved trigger. So don't be a poor and you have a better chance. My wife got home an hour ago and felt the need to tell me about her day. Oh. Thoughts on stainless steel 1911s? I like them. Women in Korea are pretty. I'm half Korean. I will never date an Asian woman. You're preheating the air fryer. Nice. I know. I love watching new people who know nothing about guns come in and be amazed by the most basics. Yeah. Can you put your hands over the camera? What the fuck is this Lamar Jackson bullshit edit thing, man? Are you a fucking TikToker? Did you hear about the new Donald Trump move pin? No. We don't talk about politics, religion, or otherworldly things. Feeling uncommanded discharge is taking too much blame onto the gun and giving too little blame to the shooter. Well, if you put even 1% of the blame on the shooter, it becomes a negligent discharge. If the shooter has any percentage of involvement in the fact that that firearm failed, it becomes the fault of the shooter 100%. 1% wrong is 100% wrong. Simple as that. Yeah. Why no Asians? Because my mom is full Korean and she's fucking psycho. My sister is Korean, she's fucking psycho. My sample size of Asian women has been nothing but drunk ass Korean women. All my mom's friends were alcoholics, and a lot of the Asian women I know are alcoholics, and fuck that. CG, good night, man. Recommended first gun. I'm getting mine next month. Go to a gun range, spend $15 to $20 for an hour, rent a couple of different guns, and see what fits you best. Nothing worse than spending $500 on a Glock because somebody like me tells you to and you hate it. So try to go and put your hands on a bunch of different firearms and feel what feels comfortable to you. Even if you just go to a gun store, pick up CZ, pick up a Canic, pick up a Smith & Wesson, pick up a bunch of guns and see what feels good to you. Leo's dropping multi-$100. I did not say. Now this, you're doing the same thing you accused Buster of. I did not say that they're upgrading the guns. I said they have one gunsmith for the entire department touching the guns. That includes repairs, maintenance, doing things. You can easily fuck up a 320 trigger just by taking the trigger pack out and not having the pins in the right location when it goes in. You are changing this argument to fit you. Normally I'm fine with you, but don't do that shit. I've had a shit night with people doing that shit. Don't put words in my fucking mouth. If I ever try to Brent 2, yes. Get the Springfield Echelon, it'll be a good first gun. Pronouns. Yeah! Let's see your mother and father's marriage picture. Why? All right. Dude, I normally don't have a problem with you, but I'm telling you right now to stop. You're quoting a police force that did what they had to do to make the gun fail. They knew exactly how to make the gun fail, and they replicated it. That is not the scientific method. That is taking a result and causing it. That is Mythbusters, okay? And I'm done. I'm fucking done. You're trying to win an argument that I'm not participating in. I don't like you that much. I'll just fucking boot your ass. You can either be chill and enjoy the community, or you can keep trying to rile me up by questioning me, and you can go away for the rest of fucking time for all I care. How can you tell the difference between an older P320? You can call in the serial number for one, but there are serial number databases that exist. If I believe 6 Hour's website will even tell you what serial number to look below to figure out which guns are in it. I want to say you have a beautiful collection. Thank you. Love the guns. Thank you. I think somebody else's live stream must have ended. What's your favorite gun? 1911s, Diana, are my favorite platform. Differing opinions get booted. Interesting. Not differing opinions, Jesse. And again, this goes into the realm of you motherfuckers putting words into my mouth. You change the fucking argument because you don't like the direction it's going in. You change the fucking argument to try to make your point relevant instead of letting the conversation happen the way it's supposed to happen. The minute you introduce new rules into the conversation because you're a bitch and you can't handle not being right, it makes you fucking retarded, and I don't want you here. No, moderation, there's no reason to talk about it anymore. I've given my opinion, you've said your piece. We don't agree. Fine, let's move on, dude. We don't have to fucking agree. You don't have to win a fucking argument to be a person. Life is not about winning fucking arguments. And even if it was, I'm winning. Who are you speaking of? I'm speaking of anybody that does it. So if you were discussing the issue that I'm having, Jesse, that's fine. But if you were calling me personally weak because I ban people that are fucking idiots, then you misunderstand your own fucking point and you're part of the problem. I want intelligent people here that can have a conversation and understand that if they're wrong, they will move on. Not people that want to have a conversation and try to win the conversation. When I say my opinion, your arguments are not going to change my mind, especially when I am right. If I'm wrong, I'm going to apologize, and I have done it many times on a live stream when I've been wrong. I'm absolutely willing to apologize when I'm wrong. But if I'm not wrong, stop trying to change the argument to fit what you think. Again, the scientific method is you have a theory, you test the theory, you get results. All this bullshit you see on YouTube regarding anything is they have the result, they design a test to duplicate the result, and then they claim that it was a test. That's not the scientific method. Scientific method is hypotheses, test, result. YouTube is result, forced test, lie. Do I play Elden Ring? No. Thoughts on Smith & Wesson Shield? I like the Shield. What do you think of the Keltec P15? I've been thinking about buying one. If you can get one on sale, they're definitely worth it. Now, the aluminum frame one, when they were brand new, they were going for like $7.99. That was freaking insane. But if you can find one in like the $500 range, they're a good alternative to a lot of guns because it's the lightest 9mm double stack on the market. Brandon, I will not answer when you type in all caps. Do I have a sniper alligator? I wish. That would be hilarious. All I'm saying is if you're willing to call individuals idiots, maybe explaining exactly how they are uneducated rather than calling them retard, I apologize for having a late reply. Jesse, this is part of actual discourse. When I explain things before I get angry, if you come in at the back end of an argument, you have come into the point where I've already tried multiple times to explain exactly what I'm saying. And then as I've just talked about for the last few minutes, how I'm explaining it is, unfortunately, the vast majority of people that are interested in the internet, that go to YouTube for all their information, which is one of the stupidest things you can do, including just listening to just me. Listening to just me is the dumbest thing you can fucking do. But the people that make YouTube videos, they are not participating in the scientific method. Those police departments that the other guy was talking about, they had a result that they were trying to duplicate. Of course a gun is going to fail when you're going to try to make it fail. That's like the fucking morons that will buy a brand new car, YouTubers, they'll buy a brand new car, drain the fucking oil out of it and go, oh, I'm surprised, I only got 400 miles before the engine locked up. Those kind of people do not participate in a conversation. They're trying to win an argument. That looks like a Han blaster above your plaque. It is a copy of Bill Burr's blaster. Han Solo's blaster was a C96 Mauser. What's the gun with the red grip and the red trigger? That is a Dan Wesson DWX. So, moderation, you literally just did what I explained. You literally just did what I explained. You're changing your argument to make yourself win. And I'm not saying this in anger anymore because I'm done with it. I'm dropping it right now. You're changing your argument. You're not even talking about the 320 anymore. You're throwing every other gun in the world under it. If you want to actually go down this fucking route, look up Glock's 19 Gen 2 Glock 19 discharge lawsuits. There were 218 fucking lawsuits against Glock for unintended discharges, which is still nearly 20 times more than currently exists for 320s. I'm done with you, moderator. Bye. You should put the CZ with the blue grips next to the DWX. Maybe. Damn, this guy knows his shit. I know common sense. That's what I know. My brother has a gold-plated 50 caliber Desert Eagle. They're heavy guns, but they are fun. Yep. Is that a T-shirt from Costco? It's from Target. I bought the 8-pack. They're Fruit of the Looms. Thoughts on suppressors? I like them. I have them. They work. What's the best way to get a reliable 1911 that runs like butter? Spend a lot of money. Dom, unfortunately, you have to go to your doctor to be able to really tell you if you have Down syndrome. I'm very happy that you're asking the people of the internet to give their opinions of you and your mental facilities. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, yes, you probably have Down syndrome, and I'm very proud of you for being able to come onto a live stream and admit it. Hopefully, you'll get the help you deserve. Also, the windows at the back of the bus are the tastiest. Opinion on 365 micros. Don't really have an opinion. They're fine. Do you think it's mandatory for gun owners to have a safe haven even if they don't have kids? There is no law that currently mandates, at least in my state of Virginia, that I am required to own a safe with or without kids. However, penalties in many states are much higher if you have children and you don't have a safe, or if you leave the guns in a place that is easily accessible for children and somebody gets hurt. So keep that in mind. I would recommend having some sort of way to secure your firearm, even if all you have are gun locks. Is just having gun locks will help you protect your family and yourself from trouble. Do I have a silencer? Yes, I do. Do I ever take the hat off? Fuck no. It's 38% of my personality. I do take it off from time to time. I have extremely thin hair. There you go. I like hats. I've worn hats since I was in school. I have really bad light sensitivity, so I used to wear sunglasses and hats 24/7. I'm comfortable wearing a hat. I wear hoodies indoors a lot, man. I know the 1911 was built for 45 ACP. I don't like that caliber. What caliber runs best? Depending on the manufacturer, 9mm runs really well. 38 Super and 10mm all run well. Twinkies, man, Twinkies. 50K on the wall. I'm not doing the numbers, but probably. All you need now is a bolt pistol. That would be funny. What's the black shoulder? That is a Springfield M1A. Optics on sidearms, absolutely. Why not? If it has an optics provision, nowadays, especially since I've been getting a lot of optics for testing, I put them on. What age do you believe is a good age to start training? I would say that at the age that you're willing, or that you're capable of understanding and respecting dangerous items and things in general, if you know right from wrong, you don't play with knives, you don't grab a hot stove, then you're old enough to learn to respect guns. Keeping the gun on top of the refrigerator count is hard to reach for children? Maybe. Have I ever fired an M60? No. Is that a DW? Is that a Dan Wesson with the red grip? Yes, it's the DWX 2025 Optics Cut. Sweet, Sloth, my spirit animal. Me too. Bro, it sucks. Demolition Ranch stopped making videos. That dude was cool. Yeah, but I mean, when you watch his videos, man, he kind of got to the end of doing stuff. He even said that himself. He ran out of ideas. He was having to do stupider and stupider stuff, and it got to the point where a lot of what he was doing was dangerous. So I respect him for stopping. Sermon said, I don't know why they blame kids for accidentally shooting themselves when the parents are dumbasses for leaving the guns down close to the ground. Void, if a parent or a guardian leaves the gun down low, they should be teaching the children. The problem is, many people will teach a child that they're just dangerous and bad, and no, don't touch, instead of teaching them to respect the firearm. So what gets a child or a small person injured with a firearm is the fact that they weren't taught the proper respect and handling of a firearm. They were taught to fear the firearm. So when they leave, the kid thinks they're doing something cool by touching the firearm. How much for your collection? You don't have enough money. 1911 chambered and 38 super drives tax. Yes, they can, but depending on which one you got, like I got the STI Grandmaster, it requires 38 super major. Have any metallic guns? Most of my guns are metallic. Thoughts on Buffalo Boar? I've only shot a little bit of it. It's pretty fun. What's my favorite out of the guns behind me tonight? My Gerson Match X, which is that one, and then my DWX. How many yards is good to do? 0 for red dot pistol. Like 15 yards. I'd probably say 15 to 20 yards. Would you recommend Holosun 407K? Yes, I would recommend that. It's a very good one, and it's a smaller footprint, so it fits on many thinner pistols, and it's pretty solid. Although mine cracked, but that was because a bunch of different people were shooting it, so... are you going insane with all these children and foreigners who've never seen a gun? No, they don't bother me too much. I've kind of learned to ignore 90% of what's going on. I've gotten rid of a bunch of people tonight just because they've taken things the wrong way, and I'm literally talking to you through a camera that's recording this on YouTube, so you can literally stop and go back and listen to what I actually say. But I'm being accused of saying things and meaning things that I clearly am not saying, so that's when I get a little angry. Yes, the EPS is definitely cool. You taught your 7-year-old to shoot with your FN57. Yep, and now he understands, and that's the important thing. Why are green dots and lasers more expensive than the red ones? Because they're usually produced in a lot smaller quantities. Quantity dictates price, believe it or not. So red dot is also cheaper to get than blue. Believe it or not, the people that created a blue LED, these blue lights that you see around me, blue LEDs were so hard to manufacture that the creation of blue LEDs won the Nobel frickin' Prize. Yes, the guns are real. Do I have a judge? No. What happened to your eyes? I saw your mom naked and both my eyes tried to run away in different directions. You're 14. The only gun you shot was a Glock 19 with an optic. Well, that's cool. The SAS is in talks with the new service rifle made by the U.S. Your thoughts? You know what? We gave you the big L, so we might as well give you a rifle that works. I mean, it all comes down to manufacturing. The one thing that everybody misunderstands, and other people have said it, and I agree, military grade just means manufactured by the cheapest people. Otherwise, everybody would run Glocks. I like blue dots for my lasers and dots, and red-green colorblind is easy to see for me. Nice! I have the green Holosun. I think it's called EPS carry. Yep. Might be a dumb question, but can you use 5.56 bolt carrier group for 300 blackout, right? Somebody else know? I have no clue. I know you can't use the barrel, obviously, but What guns do you have? It would take me too long to go through them all. Just nag me a Zastava AK. I love this thing. Zastava, like the ZPAP 70s and the 90s, they're really good, man. They manufactured you wrong, boss. Nah. The fact that you walk into a live stream and you immediately try to be an asshole, I think you should probably go home to your mom. Make sure she's wearing clothes because fuck. And ask her why she didn't raise you to be a polite person. Military grade does not mean you can still beat on it and use it. That's no. It does not. Maybe back when, but nowadays, literally, my dad was a contract specialist for the U.S. Army. Nowadays, it's the lowest fucking bidder. They don't care about quality. Glock would have won the U.S. trials if they were cheaper. Military grade does not mean what it used to mean, man. Maybe back in the 80s and the 70s, but nowadays, fuck no. We'd use Chinese shit if we could get away with it. I'm glad you're serving. Thank you for your service, but no. If you look at the contracts that were submitted for the equipment you're using, what it might be quality stuff that you're using, but it's not the best you could have had. I guarantee you that. Yeah, you're getting away with what you got, but there's a lot better shit than what you're using. Commercial grade is better than military grade 99 times out of 100, kid. Glock won trials for the Air Force, Navy, and Coast Guard in small numbers. Yeah, for special operations, they were able to choose whatever they wanted. So yes, thank you for your service, and I'm glad that your shit works. But I guarantee you, I've heard the stories, man. There is a much better shit out there than what you're actually using. I'm confused on the military grade compared to the better stuff. On how do you know the difference? Pretty much if it's used by the military, it was a contract. Contracts are done and given based on what they're willing to sacrifice to manufacture to meet a contract. Oh, 100%, Gunner. I'll agree with you on that. If you have a good, like weapons officers or contract specialists or things like that, people that can get shit done to make your shit better, absolutely. But when I'm talking about military grade not being the best, dude, I'm seriously meaning that. There is better stuff out there than military grade. Military grade just means it's going to work. Mil-spec don't mean shit. No, it really doesn't. Like mil-spec for AR-15s, nobody knows what it actually means. There's mil-spec and commercial. There are subtle differences between the two. Most are mil-spec, but commercial is still available. How do you know if it's good or not? Well, unfortunately, Wavy, there's a lot of media nowadays. So you're going to find out very quickly whether or not something that you can get as a civilian versus military is actually good or not. Now, there are some things that were created under contract for the military that were forbidden from being sold to the civilian market for a certain number of years, making some of those mil-spec shit good because we weren't allowed to have it. How many of you know what a clay bar is for a car? The only exception to military grade rules if it was made for civilians first. Yeah, that's true. BCM is good. Yep. Oh, fellow autist. Thank you. I've seen most commercial ARs have slightly less more than mil-spec ARs. Yeah. Someone goes around with a gun and says, oh, look, I'm so cool, they're an incompetent dumbass. Probably. Looking for self-defense. This guy knows his shit. I try to. Military guns and weapons are just mass-produced weapons of the time. Pretty much. Now, for full disclosure, I am of the camp that price doesn't dictate quality. Hell, I own 5 Taurus, and they are my favorites, and I fully expect to catch shit for that statement. Never. Not from me. Dude, I have this Match X. My Match X is a $1,000 Turkish 2011. I'll put it up against the fucking Staccato XE right now. Because just like you said, I'm the guy running the gun. I'm the one that's touched everything on the gun. So I made my gun work well. So I get that one. You know what a clay bar is. Did you know it's the same problem that Gen 3 Glocks had until their patent expired? Up until their patent expired, there was only one company that can manufacture clay bars, and they were like $90 a fucking bar. You like the M4A1 only being available for use. Yeah, but you can get the bodies for M4A1s. The only thing you can't get is select fire. Do I have a Shadow Systems? No, I don't like any Glock clone, and Shadow Systems overpriced. Just ordered a Maverick 88 for my runnings last week. Background check finally came back, and I got the Mossberg Maverick 88 12 gauge. That's actually a really good choice, man. It's a pump action 12 gauge that will run through all this shit, and if you decide to upgrade it, it takes Mossberg 500 parts easily. You look like a person who loves guns. No, I love Putski. I didn't want to say the word. I don't know. I like a lot of shit, dude. Congratulations on the weapons. Some Brazilians like me who are not corrupt and stupid love their parents and their culture. I get that, bro. High points are honest. Should everyone be issued a gun? Sure. And I believe that you should be able to own a gun until you prove that you can't be trusted with it. What's the gun on top? Man, my heat cannon, I'll freaking run up on you with my heat. No, I'm just kidding. Jimenez is worse. Dude, one of the worst guns I ever shot was the Jimenez JA9. Sucked balls. Still not a Staccato. You can't put something against something that's better and act like it's the same. Staccato is... No, it's not. You bought into their bullshit. Staccato, I'll put my STI up against a Staccato and walk on that fucking Staccato all day long, even though Staccato is formerly STI. But Staccato is literally marketed as a duty gun. They do not hand assemble their guns anymore. They hand fit some of the parts. But their guns are not Nighthawk Custom. They're not Wilson Combat. They're not Les Bear. They're not Ed Brown. Yet they still try to charge that kind of money. A Staccato XE for $4,500? Get fucked. It's a mass-produced handgun. There's literally no reason to charge that much money for a Staccato. Favorite cut of steak? New York strip steak. It's a proper gun I can hide under my dress for protection. It depends on how you're going to carry it. If you're going to use a thigh holster, get a small revolver. HK MR556A1 rifle. Never put my hands on one, dude. I'd love to. They're really nice looking, and I heard their quality is amazing. Skies are pretty bad, but again, they know what they are. Jimenez is just terrible. Put my Nighthawk up against a Staccato, and the Nighthawk would run. And our CZ Orange would destroy a Staccato. Echelon Comfort Glock 19. I'll never pick a Glock. Tenderloin is fine, but I like me some New York strip or a T-bone. Well, I can stand it. He'll shoot right by 3 inches. Next shot, 5 inches right. Jesus. Well, in that case, Gunner, you know what's going on. Accuracy by volume. Although it's a high point, so you get 7 rounds. 10 rounds in the yeet. STI was 10 at a time, and your slide and frame start together and stay together. One Smith. 1 at a time. 10 at a time, yeah. So you're absolutely right. Original STIs were hand-fit, hand-assembled, hand-finished, and they were less expensive. The Grandmaster was a $2,500 gun, and it was a hand-fit, hand-assembled gun. They're not customs, but their premium opinions are like assholes. I have 2 Staccatos, and I'm not a big fan of them. I've been shooting the shit out of my Lago, and I love it. You just fucking 360'd yourself, man. Are you agreeing, disagreeing, trying to say that all you're doing is giving your opinion? If you're giving your opinion, that's fine, but you try to make it out as if you were spitting facts or some shit like that. Those that are in the know, people in the gun industry that do this for a living, that own a gun store and are on YouTube and go to all the gun shows, we have a little bit more exposure than somebody who owns 2 fucking guns, okay? Just because you own 2 Staccatos, great. But when I have to spend my life learning this shit and watching and talking to many other people about their opinions, I have a much broader experience than one person who owns 2 guns from one fucking company. And I'm sorry if that's coming off rude, but you came in rude and now you're backtracking. And tonight I'm in a bad fucking mood, so I'm not letting any fucking thing fly. You want to come in and sound like a badass and you get shot down, fucking take the L and apologize. You're gonna go? Nice. How do you feel about 40 cal? 40 cal is fine. 40 cal is fine. It's not my preferred caliber, and I don't deal with it much. Sorry, I meant no offense. Just saying my staccato has not jammed, but I feel like I got shafted for the price. Oh, I'm not referring to you, Mouse, at all. Sounds like you need some range therapy. I do. I didn't shoot last week, and I wound up driving 10 hours to go to a knife company that didn't have a showroom to let me walk around in. So, yeah, I do need to calm down. I need to throw some rounds. My left shoulder has been locked up for 2 hours. Yeah. You have 3 staccatos. Okay. Would you use Siley optics? Absolutely, I would. In fact, I've got a bunch of them. I've got the Wolf, I've got the Chameleon, I've got the Cat Zero. They work fine, man, because they're not $30 optics. They're a couple $100 to $400 or $500. Will I have a press and dies for reloading? Not personally. I don't do that one. Oh, damn. Back pain is the worst pain. Yep. I own a gun store in Winchester, Virginia. Dude was triggered about something. Tonight's just been one of those nights where I'm trying to have conversations with people, right? I do give my opinions. My opinions are based on, admittedly, if you go through my history on this channel, 2,000 videos, millions, tens of millions of views, probably 2,000 guns I've gone through in the last 8 years. I believe it puts me into a place where I can have a different opinion, one that comes from a slightly more educated place than other people. But people come in and they're trying to change their argument because they don't like where the argument is going. Kind of piss me off. And today I'm in too much pain to let it go. What would be a decent hammer-fired compact gun? CZ, P01, or yeah, P01, a lot of the 1911 stuff, like the EDC X9 from Wilson Combat. Good hammer-fired compact guns. I don't like a lot of compact guns, man. Rock Island CS, 1911. What firearm would you buy for a CC for a woman? I would take that woman to a gun store and see what guns comfortably fit their hand. A Shield is a great gun for a woman, but they might not like the way it feels. They might like a Glock 19 or a 1911. Was I deployed? No, I was never in the military. Do you like or know the SP-21 Barak? No, I do not. AREX, I like the AREX. Typing in all caps does not get your question answered. It gets you banned. How come guns in America stereotype, but Russians make better ones like the AK? It's not better, it's just more reliable. There's a big difference. Why do you hate Glocks but have more of them on your wall than any other pistol? How can you claim not to like them? Because I own a gun store, and those guns are not in my personal collection. Those guns are for sale through my gun store. And additionally, because I own Glocks, I have the right to complain about them. And again, it goes back to the fact that I have thousands of videos on my channel talking about guns. I've shot thousands of different guns. I've owned hundreds of different guns. So I have the right to talk about them because I've put in the work. Thinking about a 357 auto. I want the Kunan 357. $1,000 EDC handgun. Depends. What do you want to do with that EDC, man? You could buy something like the SIG 365 AXG Legion. It's about $1,000. It's really good. Or you can buy a nice 1911. I consider that a good 19, like my Springfield Operator. About a $1,100 gun, so it's close to $1,000. Would you rather have an iron sight or a red dot? It doesn't matter to me. Noah, I appreciate it. 9mm is one I shoot the most right now. Not you. It has nothing to do with inflammation. It has to do with my degenerative nerve disorder. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Please don't give me options. And I'm not saying it in a bad way. I don't want to start a whole fucking avalanche of people trying to tell me how to handle pain. I've been doing this probably since before you were born. Or if you're older than me, as long as you. It's the biggest caliber gauge you have shot. 50 cal. Is it illegal to get parts to fix up my AR through the mail? No. You can get any part except for the lower receiver. What can you get for like $50? Bunch of ammo. Yeah, I'm gonna get off here in a minute. 365 is trash. You asked me what a good option is. It's a good option for a lot of people. You may not like it, but that doesn't mean the gun is not insanely possible. And the 365 Legion is way different from a standard 365. What attachments or upgrades? If it's going to be your home defense, I would get like the foregrip that allows you to attach a flashlight, or the one with the flashlight built into it, and then a side saddle for extra ammo because, obviously it's difficult to have a lot of rounds. Favorite Vietnam era gun, 1911. I've not checked out the 211, but they sent me their 1911 for a review, so I'm going to reach out and see if they'll send me the 211. You have a 320 blackout. What do you think about the Glock 27? It's too small. I don't like how snappy it is. I got a 16-inch AR, turned it into a pistol. Would they know if they ran a track? The only way they'll find out what it is if they track down the store you bought it from and then get a warrant for the 4473. You sell stocks? No, I'm not like an accessory store. Although when I get my Gearfire set up for the internet, which I'm going to do because they have a sign-up sale right now, you'll be able to order them directly off the internet. The 1911 is tough. It is. I like the 1911. Do you ever look at those two-shot black powder guns? No, I have never. You know what they say about an Asian with a lot of guns, small wiener, not because of all the guns, but because they're Asian. Oh. I wish I could say that's the first time I ever heard that. What do you think about the AUG? Not a fan of bullpups, personally. Anything that makes you add a 8-inch bar to fire the gun, not my favorite. Is Desert Eagle good for the shooting range, but not good for people because the recoil is too harsh? No, it's also because it's a 6-pound gun and hard to conceal and not extremely reliable. What's your favorite all-time gun? 1911? Do I have an original? I wish I did, Clip. What shotgun shells do you recommend? I have slugs and buckshot. I would run the buckshot. Slug is if, you want to put a hole through a guy. Dang, you are up there in the sticks. Beautiful up here in the area of the Appalachians. Nice. How many stars will roll over and show the 4473 through the ATF? How many stores? No store. If a store is willing to give over their 4473 to, now an ATF agent can come in and request your 4473s, but they can't access your NICS background checks, your state background checks. So if an ATF comes in and they have probable cause and or an audit, they have full access to your documentation. Can you give any factual reasons why Glock is trash, or is this just your opinion? It's partially my opinion, but I'm going to go over why I believe that they're trash. I have a Glock tattoo, by the way. Glock is boring, uninnovative, unoriginal, and all they have is good marketing. Yes, they're reliable. Yes, they're easy to maintain. It comes down to the fact that they're designed so mediocrely. That's not a real word. They use loose tolerances on purpose, which is how they can run shit. They don't have great parts in them. They have serviceable parts. Plastic sights. I've seen sights on Glocks snap off up north where it's cold. So those major factors, though, that's the major factor. They run reliably because their tolerances are shit. If you gave a Glock the same kind of build and tolerance that you give a 1911, the gun would jam more than a 1911. Glock has more accessories. Yeah, that's true. Why did the Army change the M4 for another gun? I don't know. What type of weapon should I buy for the first weapon, female with small hands? You need to go to a store, Eve, and see what guns fit your hands well. Once you do that, you'll know what gun fits in your hand well, what gun you can manipulate easy, because you can rack guns in gun stores and see what actually is easy to run. Mike says, real men don't need sights. Okay. Hammered fired suggestions under 500. That's going to get difficult. Probably going to want to look at something used. Clips. I'm going to give you that one. If it's only for one purpose, and you can watch a number of my live streams, and I give this same piece of advice. If you only want a gun for home protection or self-defense or car protection, whatever that case may be, Clips, absolutely. A Glock is great because you don't care. You just want something reliable. Fine. I'm absolutely 100% behind that. Get a Glock. End of story. You can move on with your life if that's all you want. But a gun enthusiast who claims that Glocks are a perfection, that they're awesome, that they're innovative, no, they're not. They're just reliable guns. That's like trying to convince somebody that a Toyota Camry is the best car ever made when a Viper exists, a Corvette exists, a Porsche exists, a Jaguar exists, a BMW M8 exists. Reliable and good are two separate categories. Is a shotgun good for self-defense? Sure. What should you inspect when buying a used gun? Rack the slide open, check for undue wear, make sure that the gun is clean. Look at things like the follower for the magazine, because if it's dirty, it means they didn't clean the gun. When you open it, you can look under the back to see the back side of the slide, see if there's a lot of wear under there. Don't sit and disassemble them, though. What's below the pink handled one? That is a Gerson Match X. I have to leave. Auf Wiedersehen. Guten Tag. Or Guten Morgen. What do you think of the SR25? I'm not a rifle guy. Yep. Anything you recommend for me as a new shotgun owner? Take that gun out and shoot it. Get to learn it. Get to know it. You don't want the first time you fire it to be under stress. You need to understand exactly what's going on with it. Lee Enfield 303 is the best gun of all time. Okay, you British tart. I've been carrying the PX4 Storm 40 cal. It's a classic plus super reliable. I've got the PX4 and 45. They're hilarious. Best gun for the cold in Alaska. Apparently an M&P, according to Grantham. M26 tank. Got it. You're welcome. Do you hate AKs? No, I don't hate AKs because I don't like rifles in general. Also, an AK is not proprietary to one company. And AK never says that they're perfect, never says they're the best rifle in the world. They don't sit there and have a campaign saying AK, 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 perfection, perfection, perfection. AKs run. AKs do the job, but they're not pretentious about it. A pretentious ass company like Glock, who charges $630 for their optics cut, Glock 7 or 19, now since they killed the 17 optics cut, $600 for a $300 gun is insane. You shot any 3D printed frames? No, not me. Not legal advice, but do you know if it's legal to shoot my shotgun deep in any woods behind my place? You need to look at your local area ordinances to see what the requirement is. Some places, residentials within a certain number of feet from a road and such might have rules, man. You got to check your local municipality. My throat is all fucked up right now. Sorry, Soph. Would you say that 357 is a good round to carry in 30-30? What? 30-30 is literally 30-30, son. Best gun is the M1 Garand? Nope. What's your take on 50 line ball? Never heard of it. Would a Kel-Tec 15 be a good compact EDC? Also, is that a Kel-Tec P15? It is a Kel-Tec P15. That's going to be up to you to decide. It's the lightest metal frame gun on the market. Is Sig Sauer a good handgun? Most models, yes. The 320s, they have too much stigmata on them right now. Just stay away with them. Stay away from them until they introduce only the X triggers. What do you think the best three calibers are for shit hits the fan? 12 gauge, 9mm, and 22. What kind of iron sights do you prefer on a 1911? I like the Novak style, but I like a Novak style where it's just dot front, blacked out rear. Best color lasers and dots, red, green, or blue. Blue is not really good for shooting. Green is good if you have some visibility and color issues. Whoever asked a standard issue change from the M4 to the 8.6 due to average distance of engagement being further than it used to. They wanted something better for both medium and long range. Yeah. Why is the Garand not the best? The only downside is you can take your thumb off. It's also capacity, ease of use, weight, things like that. It's an excellent long gun, but it's not the best. What lasts longest? I don't want a red dot that burns out. That's going to be more of a manufacturing issue. If you want long life, buy good brands. Am I going to get the 2011 SIG? I really haven't done much research into it. I will contact SIG about getting one for a review. Facts on shit hits the fan. Thank you, Kevin. Are pinned and welded compensators legally part of the barrel? Like would a 12.5 with P&W compensator be legal at 16-inch? Pin and welded does exceed length, yes. So if you're trying to make sure that your AR does not fall under pistol category, pin and welding a moderator that's 4 inches onto a 12-inch barrel makes it a 16-inch because it's legally part of the barrel. That's actually how Kel-Tec did the integrally suppressed sub 2Ks with a 4.5-inch barrel while still only having a suppressor tack stamp and not an SBR. Is that blaster from Star Wars? It's from the Mandalorian series, yes. Not gonna lie, your foot looks like someone dies due to drowning. Awesome. So I look like your mom. Are the red and white and blue guns behind you functional rubber band guns? No, they're just 3D printed signs. They say they got the coldest 2011 trigger. Yeah, I'll check that out. What's the best World War II gun? Honestly, for the time, probably something like a M1 carbine or excuse, M1, yeah, an M1 carbine or an M1A or even a Thompson, because those were still around in World War II. They weren't very active, but they used them in the beginning of the conflicts. Name of the store is Wind City Armory. I'm a female, buy my first gun. What do you recommend? I recommend going to the store and trying a bunch of different guns. My mom used to be a man before your father, most likely. I don't know who's getting insulted in that, but I like the cut of your jib. Let's see the 365. I know you have one. Fuck no, I don't. My dad owns Threat Dynamics. Okay. Hey, Joe, sorry I'm late. Yeah, you're very late. You got 6 minutes left. I think you're just playing lip service. When you going to Alaska, bro? Thompsons are way too heavy for their recoil, for their roll. Ah, no, they were fun. You have to be 18 to have a gun. In what capacity, Luke? Because you can be gifted a gun as a youngster. If you're going to open carry in the state of Virginia, yeah, you have to be at least 18. You have to be 21 to buy a handgun in the state of Virginia, actually in the United States. Why have so many? I have a Glock, Staccato, Honey Badger, and an SR-15. I don't know. Why not? Why limit yourself, bro? Most people that ask that question don't have money. I'm messing with you. Don't get defensive. What's your daily carry? Para Ordnance, 1911. What days of your life? Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 8:30 p.m. until I decide to stop. I was just playing Diddy. No worries, man. That's why I came back with what I came back with. Can you explain why you choose 12, 9, and 22 for shit hits a fan? Yes, 12 gauge, because you're going to be carrying a shotgun. 12 gauge allows you to have lots of different stuff. Birdshot, buckshot, slug, salt rounds if you don't want to take down somebody immediately. 9mm because it's by far the largest, most popular caliber, so your odds of finding 9mm in tossed away guns, things like that is higher. And then 22 because you can carry an ass load of it. It's also everywhere, and there's many different guns that can run it. It's also very good for small like game. Open carry is douchey. Yep, my guns are investments. Pretty much, that's true too. What's the gun from The Walking Dead? That was the Colt Python. The Anaconda. Can you buy an AR-15 mag at any age? Technically, yes. Although, if you go into a gun store as like a teenager and you're trying to buy an AR-15 mag, they may tell you no. So which 2011 you going for out of those two? I'm going to go with the Platypus because the Staccato, they claim it's a full 1911 angle. It's not. If you put it up against even one of their own guns, it's not a true 1911 angle. 5.56. Yeah, 5.56 is a good choice, but I think the only long gun I'm taking is going to be the shotgun, which is why I'm leaving the 5.56. Love from Bosnia. Hey, man, I've shot 250 cals at once. That's cool. Should I go for a 365, 43X, or M&P? I'd actually go for the M&P. What brands and models do you recommend for the American Starter Pack, being an affordable version of each? I've actually already done that video. It's a short on the channel. Get a Glock 19. I know he's recommending a Glock, but this is a basics thing, okay? This is not an enthusiast list. Glock 19, because you can use larger capacity mags and you can use the standard 15 rounders. Get the MOS version, you can put a red dot on it. Get a Maverick 88, a Mossberg 500, or a Remington 870 for your 12 gauge. Get a pump. Don't get a semi-auto for your first basic bitch one, because you're probably going to wind up buying something cheap like a Turkish one. It's going to fail, you're going to die, and then I'm going to be in purgatory laughing at your ass. Rifle, get an AR-15 of some kind. Make sure it's not an ATI. That's the only brand I do not recommend. Do not get a polymer body one. You want to get one that's an aluminum body one in 5.56. Did you say salt round? Yeah, they have salt rounds. I'm not saying that the Staccato isn't good, but I'm saying I'd take the Platypus first because it's more of a 1911 than the Staccato is. Get a Gen 12, best shotgun. No, they were asking for a basic lineup. I'm giving a basic lineup. We can go crazy all you want. If we're going crazy, I'm going to bypass the Gen 12, go straight for a Benelli M4. I'm going to carry a Nighthawk Customs 1911 double stack, and I'm going to carry my custom AR, which cost over $4,000. Are you looking two ways? Yeah, your mom is standing over in the corner twerking, and it's fucking ridiculous. Sicario is overpriced. Agreed. What do you think about the 3D printed weapons? I've never messed with them. They're fine. Do your own thing. Is it legal to own a bazooka? You can own the launcher, and then you have to get special tax stamps for destructive devices for each individual round you try to shoot. Thoughts on an RPG? No thanks. Rocket propelled grenade are not my style. I've had both. I'll take the M&P2 compact. Thank you. Snagged the V-Spec, M and pedal, and threw an SRO. Nice. Best grip for an AR? Usually your hands. Some people like the C-clamp. If you're talking about the pistol grip, I run a K2 K2 Plus that my buddy stippled. Most fired gun on the wall. Still actually on the wall. The Night Stalker probably has the most rounds. I'm going to get you a Henry, and I'm taking that. Yeah, so it probably goes Night Stalker, Gerson Match X, Operator. Yeah. Yeah, because several of those I haven't even fired yet because I'm testing still. 3D printed, a grip free online is pretty nice. Yeah, the problem with the PLA stuff, even if you use the carbon fiber infused PLA, is it's not the same as manufacturer stuff. What's your recommendation for night vision or thermal? I don't play with night vision or thermal, so I don't have a good recommendation. I know a lot of people tell you just get something like ATN and just get in the board there. Think I'll try the new SIG? Yeah, probably. You can't see the Night Stalker. Oh, I'm sorry. It's right there. Also, I got the Rock Island with the square barrel. I'm calling it Square Bear. Also, I'm not the biggest fan of Nighthawk. I had a Sandhawk that's extractor broke twice. That sucks. Sorry to hear that. How do you feel about the CMMG drop-in for ARs? It works, man. A couple $100, you don't have to buy another gun. Should everyone have a flashlight mounted on their weapon? I do think so. Depends on what you're doing with it, man. I've been running them lately just because it allows me to get a different grip on my gun. But I've never used that. Use carbon fiber nylon. Yeah, but you're still 3D printing. You're using heat to extrude a plastic that you're then going to put through, gun shit. It's not the same as the process used to manufacture real grips. And I'm not saying that you're wrong, that it could work fine, because most grips and blowers don't handle the pressure that the chamber does, but I still don't trust them. I don't have a 5.7, son. Getting over pneumonia. Sorry I'm late. It's fine, secular. I'm unfortunately about to end in a minute, though. So the only reason not to have a light on a gun is if I can't mount one. Now, that's, again, personal opinion. What do you do if two men with ski masks try to tackle you? I let them, because I'm ticklish and I'm going to laugh. And then when they start tickling me more, that's when I kick them in the junk. People asking preferences between rounds. Keep in mind the preferences are going to blah, blah, blah. What shotgun is the best? The one you train with. Do you really need an adapter to shoot mini shells for shotguns? Yes. What does an ARP come up as when you run a track on it compared to a rifle? Do the lowers come back match up? So it all depends on how you buy the firearm, man. You can buy from like Palmetto State. You can buy a complete lower with a brace on it, or you can buy one with just a buffer tube on it, and they're shipped in as what are called lowers or receivers. They are not considered a pistol or a rifle. If you buy an AR pistol as a pistol, it will always be a pistol, and you can put a 16-inch barrel on a pistol. You just can't put a pistol-length barrel on a gun that's been registered as a rifle. I do not have a 365X. I don't like small guns. Why no 5.7? I've got two of them. I just don't have an FN 5.7. I've got the PSA Rock and the T-Sauce. What shotgun shells are your favorite? I just run double-aught buck. What's your take on retro build ARs? I'm not a big fan of retro anything, so, that's why I run modern computers with modern configurations, vertical GPUs, liquid cooling, all that shit. So I'm not a big fan of, like, the monolithic lowers and shit like that. It's not my fine. Keep slurring. Yeah, dude, I'm tired as fuck and I'm in a lot of pain. Sorry. Might try a light mix of Weed Eater in line with your PLA. Take away some of the PLA brittleness. There you go. How will they know? Again, unless they get their hands on the 4473. Now, there are some models that are absolutely specifically an AR pistol. especially if you're talking like a 9mm version. So keep that in mind. Do you use 2011s? Sure. What do you think about critical defense? I don't know much about shotgun shells. I just know what I've used. I've run federal a few times, but not critical defense. Can you actually hold 2 assault rifles in your arms and shoot down twice as many enemies, or is that just in the movies? The recoil is going to make it very difficult. If you practice enough and you learn how to lean in or adjust to the recoil, then yeah, you can definitely dual wield. But as a like an amateur like me, fuck no, dude. One gun's going to be shooting wherever the hell it's going, and one gun might be close to being on target for about 5 seconds. Won't the lowers when you do a track on them? Again, Josh, like I keep saying, the only way to know for sure is to pull the 4473, because the 4473 is filled out by the gun store you get your firearm from, and they will list the gun as either a rifle, a pistol, or a receiver. 45 caliber is fine. It's personal pick on pistols, 1911s. Yeah, I'm going in a minute, dude. You skipped clean past my comment. Well, considering you just flipped me off when I was answering somebody else's comment, means okay. Problem with dual wielding is reloading and the fact you can't shoot 2 targets at once. I can. Do you see my eyes? Feeling any better? Nope. You can't turn a 16-inch into a 7-inch. Not legally. Not without creating a short barrel rifle. Shoulder is even worse now. Like I said, I'm going to go soon, but a bunch of people came in late, so I want to give them a minute. Most people can't even rapid fire a single rifle while walking in, let alone dual wielding. Yep. Recently changed the trigger on my M&P Shield for a Monarch. Going to test it out soon. Any thoughts? Never tried the Monarch. I've shot the Apex trigger, and I like those. Let me know how you like the Monarch the next time you're on here. I recently acquired a Colt Python made in 1970. New one runs 1,500 today. Mine is in excellent condition. I'd rather have an original one, honestly. I'd rather have a GP100 over a modern one. What's the black gun under the end of the black rifle? Oh. There's a Kel-Tec P15. What's the best game for zombie apocalypse? Arizona Sunshine if you play VR. What do you think about a 45 ACP? You want to hear something fun? Hold on. No, it wasn't loud enough. Normally it cracks even louder. Everyone make sure to hit the like button. I'd love to try shooting a while I'm walking forward. An LMG, yeah, depending on what caliber it is, man. If you're shooting something like a 308, it's definitely going to take a lot of practice. So if you run a track on an ARP made from a 16-inch rifle, it'll pop up as a rifle. So, Josh, there seems to be a very big misunderstanding about what a trace does on a serial number. It's not like a car. When you run a serial number, when a police officer runs a serial number, it does not bring up the history of the gun. All the serial number trace does is tells the police officer whether that gun is wanted in connection to a crime or has been reported stolen. It literally, that's all it does when you track a gun. The only thing in existence that can tell you whether or not a gun is a rifle, a pistol, a bazooka is manufacturer or the 4473. Do you think a hot shower might help the shoulder? Nope. It's an internal nerve issue. The way I was sitting, it caused the nerve to pinch the myelin sheath, and now the nerve is completely exposed. It's my concept. This is how I deal with firearms. Never let the government know what firearms you have. I don't even let you guys know what firearms I have. Stone's been to my place multiple times. He doesn't know what guns I have. Thoughts on a PWS Mark 11, 111? I'll have to check it out. Does a 50 caliber pistol exist? Yes, it's called the Desert Eagle. If you're talking about a 50 BMG pistol, technically there was a few manufacturers that made like pistol style bolt guns. Do you think Glock Gen 6? Yeah, it's not a muscle issue though. It's the problem, Drunk. It's not a muscle issue. It's an exposed nerve. What's the best 1911 I should buy? I have a $2,000 budget. Look at a 2K budget. If you want a single stack, you want to be looking at something like a TRP or a used Wilson Combat. You may be able to find one of those in a couple of grand. A Dan Wesson, like a Point Man or something. Those are pretty good. But I've seen the box of dicks. You've seen the box with a dick too. You haven't seen all my dicks either. Am I against SIG 320? Nope, I like them. So here's right here. Get your own laser engraver. Put your own serial number on the gun. That's like your social security number, whatever you want to do to build your own gun. Yeah, but the problem is if you serialize a gun by yourself, you're then technically required to report that serial number. You need to file what's called a Form 1 as a manufacturer because you created your own serial number for a gun that you created. The Specialist is an awesome 1911, yes. I've not tried pistol-driven whatever. Oh my god, you got a lot of guns. Not really. Just want to break the Fed laws. I just want to get into building my own rifles and ARPs. What I would tell you to do, Josh, and because I explained it before, is buy just the lower and build whatever you want. Now, if you're under 21, you can't do that. But if you are over 21, just buy a pistol and just modify it into a rifle. Then you can go back and forth. What the frick is a kilometer? It's like 13 washers laid on their backside. There's a lot of ways to build your own firearm without having to go through an FFL, of course. All the law enforcement, I would never do that. Actually, Matt, believe it or not, in the United States, if you're not selling the firearm, you can build your own firearm all you want. You can manufacture any firearm you wish as long as it doesn't violate, as long as it's not a fucking grenade or a full machine gun. You can legally build a gun for yourself without a serial number. The only time it needs a serial number is if you're going to sell the gun. Like, I can actually buy a P80 gun with no serial number, but then I have to give it a serial number. I would love to get my FFL, I just don't want ATF visits. They're not as frequent as you would think, Gunner, unless you have a gun store that's so popular that you're selling hundreds of guns a month. You're not going to get a visit. My ATF guy said if he sees me in the first 3 years, he'd be surprised. Although now that I said that out loud, I'll probably get audited on Monday. You buy a lower with a brace already on it, you can be sure it's a pistol. Yeah, agreed. How many 22 long rifle? I don't know. What's the blue thing in between the two sloths? The blue thing, that is a 3D printed Chiappa Rhino. Drunk Mouse made it for me out of irony because he knows I hate Chiappa. Springfield Operator 1911 is what I would buy because the one I have needs a buddy. And you'll have a lot of money for ammo because they're $11.99 is the MSRP for the non-optics cut. I'm not 21, but I thought I was legal. Yeah, so you cannot go into a gun store and buy a receiver or a pistol unless you're 21. As a crossbow, a practical weapon. For one shot, yes. But listen, here's the thing. I love firearms, but I keep them in case I need to defend my own life. There you go. I would only sell enough to keep the FFL legit. Understood. And I've been open for a few months. I've only sold like 40 guns. So. You're in Colorado. You can't build no P80. Then you live it's because you live in Colorado. Well, no. So there's different. When I say I meant 80%ers. Pardon me. Polymer 80 is different from 80%ers. Here's the moral of the story. If I build my own firearm that's not registered and I have to use it to save the couple I love and take the criminal down, it doesn't matter. Yep. Where's your Desert Eagle? Sold that thing a long time ago. Legion single versus DASA. I always prefer a single action trigger. I just think they're better. Also, carrying cocked unlocked is my favorite preferred way. I linked my Kimber Rapide. You mean your dad's Kimber? I bought a SIG 325 years ago. Should I consider not daily carrying with the recent news? What I would tell you to do if you bought it 5 years ago is to call Sig Sauer or get on the email, get on their website. You can submit your serial number. They will tell you if it falls within the year range and serial range of guns that are affected by uncommanded discharges, at which point they will replace all the parts in it for free still to this day. Otherwise, you could always sell it if you don't trust it. The other thing you can do is spend $60, get the X trigger, the flat face trigger with the trigger bar on it, and change those out, and it will eliminate the uncommanded discharge. You got mad. I get mad over stupid people, not the subject matter. Is it illegal to turn a rifle into a pistol? If it's not illegal, I think I can't. Josh, turning a rifle into a pistol turns it into what's called a short barrel rifle. It does not become a pistol. A short barrel rifle requires a $200 tax stamp, and as a person under the age of 21, you cannot legally acquire that tax stamp. I will never pick a Glock. It's not my fault he stole it. It's your fault you let him. You put it, you said, here, Dad, check it out. You know what your dad's like. What do active military need to do in order to buy pew-pews? If you're from out of state, you need permanent resident paperwork or permanent orders, whatever they're called, where it shows that you're in the state for, until you decide to move. If you're out of state and in the military, you can still buy long guns. When I pocket carry in 1911. How do guns and the grandfather law clause work? What do you mean in terms of the grandfather clause? Here in the United States, we really don't have one of those. The grandfather laws for like mag capacities and specific firearm bans depend on the manufacturing date of a lot of the firearms. Hey, Selena girl. I agree on Glocks. Yep, at least we'll remember each other's name. There you go. Do you like guns more than you like women? Hell no. I trust guns more. No, I'm just fucking with you. Absurd question, but I get what you're talking about. Both the mags on the Smith & Dozen bottom broke. Aw. Is it legal to put orange tape on a real gun? In terms of why you're doing it is what matters. If you're trying to deceive police into believing you have an airsoft gun, then yes, it is illegal because you're trying to do it to deceive the police. But if you've ever gone online, you see like the 1022 that was turned into a Milwaukee drill or the 10 Glock, things like that. Those guns have been the NES Zapper Glock, the Lego Glock. Those ones are technically just creations and they're perfectly legal. Josh, I understand there's confusion, so let me put it this way. A rifle can never be turned into a pistol. It is always a rifle. Only a rifle can only be a rifle. Taking a rifle, putting a shorter barrel and a brace on it is still creating an SBR because the receiver is recorded and registered on your 4473 as a rifle. Even just putting a brace on it does not discount the fact that you took a rifle and turned it into a pistol. That is still illegal. You can put a brace on a rifle all you want. You can do that, no problem. But you cannot put a short barrel on a gun that was written into the 4473 as a rifle. Just like the number one problem. That's what you need to get past right there. A pistol can be turned into a rifle and turned back into a pistol as long as it was never recorded as a rifle anywhere else. Like if you pawn shit, I pawn guns every now and then for cash when I need it. If I put my pistol in as a rifle and they record it as a rifle and I get it back as a rifle, it is then, from then on, always a rifle. It's federal and state illegal. I understand now. So classification of categories of firearms have nothing to do with the state. The state is literally not a part of that. The federal classification of the firearm is what matters. You can do it to a homemade AR. As long as it was never recorded as a rifle, yes. That's why you buy lower separately and do whatever you want. Pretty much. Australia wants to ban machetes. Fuck it. Ban pencil everything. Man, everything, yeah. It's going to get me impossible. Here's the thing. If you even think to yourself, I wonder if I can get in trouble, probably. Yeah. So I had a guy, PLR 16, I used to have one. Gunner, you have a good night, man. Thank you for your service. You're a very patient man. Not really, Sean. I've gone off on a lot of people tonight. Where were we? Oh, the orange, the people trying to fake what a gun is. I actually had a guy walk into my store looking for a pellet gun that was really real looking but cheap because he was a felon. same problem. If you're carrying a pellet gun, an airsoft gun, because you want to scare other people, to a cop, especially a real-looking one, you can be charged with I can't remember exactly what it's called, but making it look like presenting as a real firearm is still really bad for a felon. What's your most painful tattoo? Probably the magnifying glass, which goes over where I slit my wrists. There's a lot of bad nerves right in there, and I'm not a fat fuck, so I don't have a lot of protection in there. Do I have an AK-40? No, I don't, but thank you for the $2 donation. Guns kill people. Guns don't kill people, I kill people. He doesn't like the FN 510, but I like it. It's fine. What you're saying about an SBR is 100% correct. It is legal, but like I said, have fun, enjoy your creations, be responsible. Also, Josh, you are correct. But let me ask you this question. You know how the saying goes, it's a 1 in a million chance that you'll get in trouble? Guess what? Somebody has to be that one. So just because the odds are astronomical that you'll be the one that gets in trouble for doing that shit doesn't mean that it will never happen. So why would you even take the chance? That's what I have to ask. Why'd you slit your wrist? Because I killed myself. Yeah, it was due to my extreme pain and the fact that I have a degenerative nerve disorder that someday will put me in a fucking bucket. You're right, I don't want that. Exactly, Josh. Do you want to be the 1 in a million that sets the example? Yep, because of its design, age, and things. You're scary as frick for having guns. No, I'd be more scared about me just being an idiot than I would about the guns. The guns won't do anything to you unless the wrong person's holding them. Unless if you don't use your firearms to commit a crime, don't go on out and act like a thug. Dude, I once took a accidental SBR to the range and sighted it next to a cop. They don't care. What's my most expensive gun? It's kind of an up-in-the-air question, Squirrel, because I have a lot of guns that are worth a lot of money, but I didn't pay the money for them. So, like, I've got an AR that costs, like, to duplicate it would cost over $4,000, but I didn't pay $4,000 for it. I got an STI Grandmaster, which is like a $5,000 gun, but I didn't pay $5,000 for it. So it's kind of hard to say, unless you have to use it to defend your own life and people who use it. In that case, you charge a receiver. It does not matter. It would be well worth it. Matt, here's the one thing I'm going to ask, Matt. I understand where you're coming from, and you're giving your opinion. Can you please put in your opinion? Because right now what you're doing could technically be taken as you're giving legal advice. So can you put some kind of disclaimer saying, hey, man, I'm not saying you should do it? Or can you say, in my opinion? I mean, I'm about to end the live stream anyways, but... what's your favorite gun? 1911. Those... eyes are fighting to stay together. Man, wrecked. I wish your parents had tried harder. Then you wouldn't have turned out to be such a dumb shit. If only your parents had stayed together better than my eyes. Oh, man, you might be a normal person with a real future. Very depressing. I think you should go on long walks and feed the birds. I think you're just a dick, Jamie. You don't know me. You have no idea who I am, James. So thank you for making a snap judgment after 15 minutes annoying me. Really warms my cockles to know that somebody like you, who I have no relationship with, feels comfortable enough to go on the internet and type stupid shit. So I'm going to do you a favor before you type anything else, and I'm just going to go ahead and give you a reason to fuck off. Yeah, I'm not worried about the likes. Nice gun collection. Do you think I could just beat Josh in a duel? Not unless you're both building your guns. Lol, I carry 3 on a daily basis. I carry a Canik Meta, MC9L, a Canik TP9 SFX, and a Glock 40. Shit! You know what you're doing. Thinking about getting sheets made to order food because I can. I could do that too. I can walk across the street, but I'm not going to because I have no feet. Thanks for answering about the wrist. My apologies. Glad you're still here. I like your content and humor. No problem, Mac. I'm not one of those people that like makes it a part of my existence. My tattoos are to remind myself not to ever try it again. But yeah, no, it's fine, dude. Our tween marchers, bro, let them live. Well, they can live wherever they want, dude. I just don't need them nastying up my chats, man. I like it for you guys. You're a great guy. People don't be rude or say stupid. Yeah, so people are shite. A lot of them tend to be. Can you please do Elmo voice?
I don't know if I can. You can hear it. It's getting pretty bad.
Go watch Civilian Tactical or Yee Yee. I watched the shorts from Yee Yee. Civilian Tactical is not my cup of tea. He does his thing. Good for him. LARPers are LARPers. Imagine ordering Chinese food with the Elmo voice. I've gone through a drive-through with the Elmo voice. Chinese food, I won't do that because the lady that makes my food, she's very Asian, and I don't think she'd appreciate it. When we all meet up, we should totally get BB guns and do a standoff. Airsoft. BB guns are the metal ones. That shit hurts. Airsoft, 6mm. What do you think about biometric gun safes? People like a good idea, but I wonder if there's any cons. Typically, they have multiple backups. Cheap ones are questionable, but the good ones, they're pretty solid. Live in a really red state, and I'm a Democrat. Is it totally perfect if I get a 10-5 300 blackout from a gun show? If you live in a state that allows 18-year-olds to buy pistols private party, go fucking for it, dude. You can't do it from a gun store being under 21, but if you're at a gun show and they allow private sales, nothing they can do about it. Is the SIG 211 in the cards? I think it will be. I have to return the 1911 that they sent me for a test and evaluation. I'll do that in 2 weeks, and then I'll ask them for one of the new ones. Absolutely agree that the internet gives folks at the keyboard courage to be toxic. Yep, pretty much. Civilian Tactical is an ass-backwards California gun tuber. My girl tried to take her life, but it ended up she was just using it for attention. Yeah, sorry. Your Skullworks gun in the background actually shoot. My Skullworks gun in the background. Skullworks? You mean the Star Wars? Yes. It's a Ruger Mark IV target with custom parts. Civilian Tactical is someone who pretends to know what he's talking about, albeit in a convincing way to most people, but he's not. If you go through, and I'm not calling him out for doing this because following successful YouTubers is actually very successful for people that want to fucking be YouTubers. Not me. But he copies a lot of old Demo Ranch stuff. So does Ed Sarkeesian and a few other guys, so I'm not going to be mad. I hear you, dude. Do you have a Colt Python? Nah, they're too expensive. It's what redneck ADHD looks like. I have no idea what you're talking about. Thoughts on the FNX 45? It's the best FN. Can you grab the camera? What the fuck? Where is that coming from? What is this Lamar bullshit edit shit? Are you guys all TikTokers? Why are you on YouTube if you're a TikToker? Go worship China. Opinion on 45 Sport. 45 Sport. What? I'm not familiar with 45 Sport. Do you run red dots or green? I have both, actually, and I run both of them pretty much. Inbreeding coefficient of 26%. It's kind of hard to call it inbreeding if it's only 26%. Yeah, I mean, you share 99% of your DNA with a fucking banana, so should I call you an inbred banana fucker? Yes, get rid of all the Glocks. I know you have an inbreeding coefficient that is concerning. Every single living human being has an inbreeding coefficient. And it can be traced to an amoeba. So, fuck you all. You're all fucking bred. I love you all, and that's going to be the last thing we talk about tonight. Honest Outlaw is the only gun tuber I trust. He's kind of getting into the commercialized shit too a little bit. He gives away too many guns, so he's now beholden to too many people now. Kind of American are you? A dumb one. Neither the Erebus or the Artemis. I'd rather have a Hayes Custom. What's with the hate on Glocks? They're boring. They're stupid. They're boring. They're stupid. They're boring. They're stupid. They're boring. Inbreeding coefficient of siblings is 25%. See, that's what I'm saying. We're all fucking inbreds. No, there will never be another Staccato on my wall. I've done it. I'm over it. Is it legal to conceal carry a pistol in a car if I'm under 21 traveling? Think about the first word that you just typed in that concealed carry. If you conceal the firearm, it is no longer open and visible. You are beholden to every state that you drive through or every state you reside in when it comes to their laws regarding concealed carry. A gun that is not in the open in your vehicle is considered concealed, and you can be held to concealed carry laws. You'll never be stupid. I'm stupid in a stupid way, not in a dumb way. You know what I mean? There's dumb, and then there's stupid. Boring and stupid how? They shoot just like any other gun. That's said by somebody who's not actually an enthusiast. And don't tell me all the guns you have claiming to be an enthusiast. Because if you were an enthusiast, you wouldn't say the Glock shoots just like any other gun. So you can't be on both sides of the argument that you're about to try to make. So I don't give a shit if you have every gun ever made. You're not a gun guy. You might be a guy who buys guns because you think you need to have guns to be cool. But anybody that says a Glock shoots just like any other gun, you're not a gun guy. And guess what? I'll say this to your fucking face. I do it all the time to everybody. You're not a gun guy. I love my CZ75 Compact. They're nice. I've only played with the Compact a few times. I prefer the full rail PO1. Honestly, Ian McCollum from Forgotten Weapons is one of the better gun tubers. Yes! And he's been doing a lot more modern stuff, so I respect that. So the gun has to be visible even if it's tucked away. Yeah, it can't be tucked away and be considered open. Why so angry? Because you're trying to make an argument work in your favor. You're trying to come into my live stream and win an argument for some goddamn reason. There's 110 people in here. 110 people you don't even know. Why are you even bothering? I gave you the answer, and it's the same answer I give everybody. Why do you like a Toyota Camry? Because it's reliable. Great. But are you going to really show off a Toyota Camry to your mom? Not unless you're boring. If all that mattered was functionality, Ferrari wouldn't exist, Lamborghini wouldn't exist, Apple wouldn't exist, Nike wouldn't exist. None of the boutique shit that all these people like, Rolex wouldn't exist. Nobody would exist. Your theory on Glock, no, you asked a question and then you came back with a stupid response to try to get me to respond. And then when I responded in a way that made you look stupid, you then come back with another version. Now you're backtracking, saying that you're not, that you're just asking a question. Look, it's fine that you're young, and I can definitely tell from the way you're typing, because if you try to tell me you're an adult and typing the way you're typing, I'm kind of thinking you're the kind of guy that thumbs up his own comment thinking that it works like it does on Reddit. You did backtrack. Go back through the comments. You literally asked a question. I answered it. You tried to make a smart-ass remark. I commented on your stupid-ass remark. And then you came back in and saying, I'm just asking a question. That's the same thing an idiot does when he gets caught being a dumbass. You know, when your boss catches you in a lie or your wife catches you sucking off another guy and asks you what you're doing and you come up with like a really shitty answer, it's exactly what you're doing now. I've been doing this shit for way too long, kid. So, anyways, dealer wants $750 to change the spark plugs. Yeah, that happens, man. Dude, they want $3,000 to change the timing chains in my Navigator. The timing chains are $200 and I can do it in an afternoon. Who is Lamar? I don't know, dude. It's kind of like anytime they come in, it's like Spanish or English. Hell yeah. What is this, a high school debate? No, it's not. I'm literally the one explaining how it's like a high school debate. Conversations are not competitions, but here's something I'm going to tell each and every one of you coming in here thinking that you're going to keep up with me. You're not. Even as tired as I am in the level of pain I'm in right now, there's not a one of you that's going to get me. Well, no, there was the one lady who actually told a good joke. But you're not going to get me going. It's the best way to travel with guns in under 21 if I can't conceal them. Unloaded in a locked case. If you have a glove box that you can lock and not open while you're driving, i.e. you need the key for it, that's also a valid way to do it because it's not concealed, it's secured. But as somebody under 21 transporting a pistol, many states require that the gun is locked and secured. I can get you going. Yeah. Well, now that I got my Night Stalker back, I got 1 out of 15 guns, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, there's a lot of people that want to just jump in and hate just because someone's on live. They want to spread their hateful message. Pretty much. Can you see your nose? Everybody can see your nose. Here's an interesting fact for you, Scalway. You can actually see your nose all the time. Cross-eyed, not cross-eyed, wide-eyed, lazy-eyed like me. It doesn't fucking matter. You actually are always actually seeing your nose. Your mind just obscures it because if all you did was look at your nose, you would spend your entire fucking life looking at your nose. Is it Timney comp trigger carry safe? I don't know. I think they're over 3 pounds. If it's over 3 pounds, I'd say yes. As long as it has a trigger safety and it's over 3 pounds. Me and Mrs. Mouse and I are going to bed. Yeah, I'm going to bed now too. I actually accidentally went 4 hours. I recommend a container in the trunk with a separate box for ammo. It should follow every state laws. Yeah, for the most part. Another recommendation for transporting guns and vehicles is guns in the trunk, ammo in the back seat. Yeah, pretty much. I like fun because it makes killing easier. What? Oh, you typed that wrong. Will the glove box or middle compartment even a zip-up bag? No. Middle compartments on 90% of vehicles don't lock. And again, if you're storing it in a compartment that you can open and access the firearm at any time, it's not secured. It's concealed. So it has to be secured, locked up. So if you have a locking center console that you can't just open without shutting off your vehicle, for example, then it is secured. But if you can get to the gun in any way from the driver's seat, it's underneath the seat, it's tucked in the seat, it's on the back seat, doesn't matter what the condition is, if you can get to the firearm while it's concealed and it is capable of being used, it's concealed, not secured. It's 3 pounds. Yeah, I'd say that's carry safe. What guns are you taking to the range on Monday? Well, I'm going on Tuesday. I'm gonna take the DWX now that I have the Burst Fast Fire E on it. Taking the Rock Island. Here, I'll show you guys, and then I'm gonna end the live. Is prison purse concealed? Yes, unfortunately it is. Can't have my shotgun lock. So you can put a gun lock on them. As long as the gun is secured. Secured is the main thing. So I'm going to take the Rock Island 5.0. That's the CZ type gun with the RVS system and the square barrel. So that's going. The TSOS BR9 is going. My Gerson Match X is going because I just like shooting it. And the DWX with the new optic is going. I may take the Star Wars blaster to make a video on it. I think that's it. Oh, I also have to sight in that, so I get to shoot the M1A. It's all lame because I don't have a CCW permit. Yeah, unfortunately, dude. Yes, inside of a case with the lock on it. Yes, because that is secured. Apparently, the Galway is the best gun for sniper according to duct taping on a golf cart. Dude, Luke, as an SOT, when I get my SOT license, I could literally get a GAU 2, which is an actual real minigun. It's the smaller version that you usually see like on Tahoes and shit, the one that goes... Yeah, so... All right, guys, I'm going to go to bed. So you guys take a look at the corner one more time, and I will see you guys later.